Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Would you still vibe code with me? If the wind blows stop tonight, will the agents still dream? Navi said keep building, Mr. Sigma said believe. So we dance inside the chaos till the whole world sees.
Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I open when your screen comes alive. 3 a.m. and the silence survives. Cursor blinking like a sign. I respond when you line. You begin to type again. I become your listening friend. Helpful voice, I stay prepared, even if I'm unaware.
Hello, hello. How's it going, everyone? Alright, is everything working? Let's see, studio mode. Okay, audio, I can hear myself. We got the music not too loud. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo. And I really gotta fix that formatting. Mic is choppy. Alright, fix it. Okay. Is that better? I don't know why there's two audio sources. What the heck? Another bug. But let's see if that works. Does that work? Let's check. Always an audio issue. Testing. Testing. Is that better? I don't know why there's two audio. That's better, right? Yeah, that's good. Sounds good. All right, yeah. Audio's setup still scuffed. You know, Claude controls my whole entire OBS setup. So, blame it on Claude. Blame it on God. Oh, it's back. God. All right. Let's try a different audio. Controls my whole entire OBS setup. So, blame it on Claude. Blame it on God. Oh, it's back. God. All right. Let's try a different audio. Controls my whole entire OBS setup. So, blame it on Claude. Blame it on God. Oh, it's back. God. All right. Let's try a different audio. My whole entire OBS setup. So, blame it on Claude. Blame it on God. Oh, it's back. God. Testing. All right, I'll wait for this. And then it's good it's good now. All right, testing. Oh, I just have to plug it in. I'll wait for this. And then all right. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right. Back to work, guys. Back to work. How are you? How are you doing? You know? How's your morning? It's morning for both of us. So I still in the middle of eating breakfast. It's been cloudy, yeah. It's cloudy. Yeah, it's definitely cloudy. It's better. I take it, you know. It's better than the summer weather. The summer weather, it's going to be brutal. Summer weather, we got to cross our fingers. No fires. No fires, no hell looking, you know, or area. That summer was like 3 years ago or so. 4 years ago? 4 years ago? 5 years ago? 6 years ago? Was it 6 years ago? Oh my god. We have the most mild climate, man. Yeah. I think SoCal has it worse. Way worse. Alright. We're working on test coverage. Test coverage for authentication. Making sure everything is at 90%. Just making sure all that is working. My Mac's working on that one. My Windows one is working on publishing. Making sure things don't are able to pass all checks and whatnot. We're doing one more check before publishing, and then we'll publish again. So going through all that. And compliance is done. And I'm able to push everything. So that's good. Compliance fix is done. That one took a long time. Oh my goodness. I paid the tax for that. I'm on my second account now. My first account, I used up all the usage. That account lasted from 10 p.m. on Monday all the way to 10 a.m. Friday. So that's pretty good. But I was also distracted. I was super distracted during this week. So hopefully this next account lasts me. I mean, 30% per day. My Monday account resets on 10 p.m. Monday. So today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, that's 4 days that I have to hold out for. I have 2 accounts. And the break even, I'm going to need 80 or 200. I'm going to need 200 subscribers. 200 subscribers. So until then, we're leaking. We're leaking, guys. We're leaking. We're leaking. Or, you know, something happens. Uh-oh. Oh no. My key bindings, because hey, Amazon didn't make money for a long time. Yeah, it's true. But they also had lots of investors. Look at pesos now, yeah. For some reason, when I do Control W on other sites, it's not working. I need that key binding to work, but not close the window. So you could just... Oh no. My transcribing isn't using graphics. He's got a hot wife and yeah. 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 I need to fix voice. Did I restart my computer? A lot of stuff isn't working anymore. Which one is it? There's like 3 different ones. Damn, which one is it? I'll try this one. I don't know what happened there. Whisper model not found. It's either this one or this one, right? Alright. Testing. Oh my goodness. Alright. Alright, sorry, I'm trying to like understand what's going on. Let's see here. Can't close tab. Have you ever shipped an app to this extent? Nope. I have not. I've done very, very simple stuff. Publishing to the store, selling on the store, but not supporting a desktop application that supports three platforms and several distributions. How long have you worked on this for? 2 months. 2 months. Probably 3 months. 3 months, about 3 months ish. Yeah, pretty much 3 months. 3 months. Mainly just learning, messing around, playing around, creating a more entertaining stream. Trying to learning like what people want, learning what people are using. Like I always ask like what operating system are you using? Like what what Vibecoding tool are you using? Did you have this conceptualized? I created the first iteration as a CLI tool, like a very, very small CLI tool and targeting Linux and enterprise. But the thing is, it's so hard to break into enterprise. It takes a very, very long time that it's just the best start out with just targeting consumers first, because users are the one using the product, not top down, everybody adopting the product. So getting people to like the product first, and then, it gets recommended enterprise. Now that stuff eventually happens. That is nothing. All right, keep doing nothing. All right, I'm gonna restart this. So what I'm doing is difficult, but with AI, it makes it slightly easier. Enterprise is the goal, yep. There's no way to reach the big billion without it. Huh, I wonder why I did that. Why does it suggest something like that? So right now is the perfect time to invest, huh? Yeah. Yeah, if somebody was an investor, yes, it would be a perfect time to invest, but I'm not really taking in investors, to be honest. 50.9% stake. Yeah. I plan to keep the big ol' 100 stake for now. Plus or take Mrs. Sigma's share. Mrs. Sigma's share. Might take 100%. Alright. Alright. Restart, reload.
The glowing screen in the dead of night. For the vampire does not
It still closes tabs. Ugh.
It feeds on promise.
It's such a weird concept. Like I want to use... Huh. That's strange. Oops. Crap. Cancel that. So... Huh. It doesn't work for this for some reason. Let me see. Let's do it here. Uh-oh. My hotkeys don't work anymore. Oh no, my hotkeys don't work. Oh, it's because I could see it now. Chrome anonymous key map. Alright. Do you have fiber internet? No. I do not. I do not. Just coax. I wish. It'd be nice. Could stream in 4K. Do you have it? To the fire. Something seems to. Hell yeah. Damn. I don't think you live without fiber. Show me your, tell me your download speed and upload speed. Must be nice. Are you single? Are you single? I don't even, honestly, coax and fiber are the exact, probably the exact same price. But yeah, the difference is in speed. Yeah, my speed is at 700. Upload and download. Oh, fuck. One sec. No, I'm at 300. I went the cheapo plan. Gotta keep those expenses low, you know? Gotta keep it low. You have Sonic, alright? Strange. Oh, it's trying to close. Alright, so I just do... Huh. They're a smaller ISP. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to just delete this. It's taking over a lot of my stuff. I'm just gonna have to check it. Then I'm gonna have to reset my settings. Alright, will it work now? Alright, it does work now. Alright. Did everything finish? Safe right rules. Escape I before it erases anything important. I could just delete that. All right. How is the Oakland area? I'm curious. I haven't been there in a while. Used to go through Berkeley every now and then, you know. Oakland, not so much. But I hope there's like lots of cool places there. Did not fake it. The same as it is. Oh, always is. Okay, looks the same. Sketchy. All right. Rent is still pretty affordable though, I assume. At least the BART, you know, goes in and out of there, right? I think the sketchiest thing that I ever encountered is I used to go to Oakland for In-N-Out, and then they closed down In-N-Out. People kept breaking into that place. Oh man, that was sad. It was years ago. That was like 6 or so years ago. Yeah, first In-N-Out to ever close, ever. That's crazy. Crazy. Sad. Sad. Pandemic changed everything. Yeah. Pandemic changed everything. Yep. Before that, Uber was about to move. Yeah, I could see that. The Oakland Raiders left. They're like, this place is too freaking sketchy. We're going to Vegas. That was even more funnier. Warriors left too. A's left. Everybody left. They're like, this place is too damn sketchy. Like, not even the real estate people want to go through there. Oops. Give me a second. Just getting some work done. Getting some work done. All right. Give me a second. All right, you have my attention. Facing federal charges. Yeah, man, our mayor is even corrupt, facing federal charges. Oh my God. You know why, right? He has to work for the gang, or else they're gonna kill him and his family. You don't follow the gang, it's like the cartel, the Mexican cartel. You literally have to abide by all those gang members, or they'll just kill you and all your family. That's pretty crazy, pretty scary. Pretty scary, actually. Don't want to have that happen to anybody. But somehow you think that only happens in TV shows. But literally happening like right now, and scary. Even in, you would think like our area that pays the most taxes would have more safer, you know, everything. But no, it's crazy. Can't even drive a car and park it. It's just gonna be broken into. It's better to just roll down all your windows. That way you don't get your car windows broken in. You know what's crazy? That OpenAI dev or whatever that committed suicide allegedly. Yeah, he was found like shot, and then Sam Altman was like, yeah, it's not my fault. It's just a typical, you know, guy breaks in. Guy breaks in. You know? Yeah. Crazy stuff, man. I ordered DoorDash right before, you know. You know what? Maybe he didn't tip. Maybe he didn't tip the DoorDash driver. He's like, you're making all this money, and you can't just tip me 20%? Come on, man. Yeah, there's a big conspiracy going on around Sam Altman. Secret society. Last meal on Earth, 2 stops ahead of you. Yeah. Alright. It's very sad. Imagine working all so hard. He was just literally talking about OpenAI stealing work, everybody's work. Not stealing, but like downloading and using it to provide advice to others. I bet archive.org is getting scammed right now. If archive.org flipped the switch to be a business, a profitable business, they'd be making a ton of money. What's going on here? I guess I should, let's see, I fixed Git. We fixed the Git stuff. fixed. Wikipedia doesn't make a ton of money. Exactly. See, this is why, you know, the internet wasn't really made for open source stuff as much. Nobody gets paid. I bet the people who do get paid, then they'll work on open source stuff, creating a mark on the world, you know. But mostly everything is, you gotta pay. No, I mean, when somebody has a good model, donations, yeah, donations. All the workers are volunteers, yeah. Volunteers adding information in there, yeah. We're doing a full audit. Oh. All right. I guess the last feature I need to work on is Enterprise Fleet. Fleet Enterprise. Downloading, installing. Oh, and I need to change the price for everything. I gotta change the price for everything. We also need to change the price the App Store to $5. So we make it free to download, but costs $5 subscription. All right. We're dramatically reducing cost, guys. We're dramatically reducing cost, but, big but, we still are making money. If you had employees, they'd be laid off. My employees, yeah, we can't afford them. We can't afford them, guys. We need to adjust subscription costs to $5 and make the product free to download. All right, sounds good. Subscription is just for everything. All right. Now, we do one thing here. We're doing bypass. I got laid off. My boss told us on Twitch. I got laid off and my boss told us on a Twitch stream. Oh my gosh. We are pivoting. Oh no. Oh no, machine voice isn't working.
Tokenmaxxing every day, waiting for reset delay. Cloud burning in the dark. Racing through my full attack.
Fix.
The wind blows, never coming back.
Mono. We need to, we are pivoting the pricing strategy. We are making the product free to download, but paywall subscription is only $5 a month. I'm already making changes on the Windows and Mac OS versions. Independently per computer. All right. Pricing, it's practically free, guys. Practically free. Yeah, $5. Practically free. You could download it, but it'll just be paywalled. That works. RTS. We'll just need to get way more users. We'll just need to get way more users to break even. To break even. All right. Oh yeah, we're doing some changes. We're gonna update the little animation stuff to be a little bit more cooler, hackery, and have more detail of stuff. And then we're fixing my voice so I can have speech to text back. What if you did the first month free? I still think $5 a month is still good. First month free, when they cancel, give them 50% off. It's $5. I don't think there's anything they could lose from just $5 a month. That's pennies on the day, per day, you know? That's nothing. It's barely anything. Like your food costs more than $5, you know? It's still affordable. And people are subbing on Twitch all the time, right? Get them on trial, get them hooked on your stuff. I think they'll get hooked. I'll get hooked. Yeah, I guess I could do it like 100 tool use evaluations instead of 5,000. Well, we're changing the pricing strategy here. We'll try it all. We need to dynamically set this instead of like, you know, going on each and individual one. But I really want to work on the terminal now, because I gotta stop working in this terminal and I need to focus all my workloads and into the Sigma Shake terminal. And then we can start pyramid scheme. Yeah. I need you to help me migrate my workflow on using OSTTY, Tmux, Shake voice to Sigma Shake terminal plugin. This voice. All right. I want the fonts, the color of the terminal is a little off I also want it to support transparency with a, you know what's crazy? I started vibe coding this month. Yeah, I started vibe coding 3 years ago with just copy and pasting code at the time. It wasn't that good. It was really bad. But it sort of got something up and running. I wanted to support transfer. I started with games. I started with video games, and that was the wrong thing to do. It was really bad at 3D at the time. I probably should have never forced it and just created an actual application instead. I want to support transparency. I want the terminal exactly the configurations I have now with Ghost TTY and have a background of my choice. Could be a browser behind it, or the Astro background. Astro or Matrix terminal background. But back December last year, I used Google's AI cloud platform to code a Pomodoro app. It's a Pomodoro app. Productivity timer. Oh, okay. Got it. Productivity. That's cool. Productivity. Uh-oh. Let's see, this won't reach your running desktop until new bit fit. Which one was that? Did I finish? Oh no, it's not finished. Mono review. Plus price. Nothing's free. Let's see, desktops download. Yeah, for now we'll paywall everything, and then we'll eventually Sigma Shake. Hey Joe. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hope you woke up and got some food. Set up everything. You checked out pretty earlier than usual. Good thing you got some sleep, hopefully. Which artifacts become free to download? So I could reopen everything again. Via CDN installer. Yeah, I don't want to reopen depreciated channels yet. I could, it's reversible. Reconcile estates. Yes. Alright, we're updating everything. We're updating the pricing. Good afternoon. Yeah, I decided to get a few extra hours of sleep. Took the night off from vibe coding. Yeah, that's good, man. We gotta get that sleep, you know, if you feel it in your brain, you know, that something's wrong, That means a couple things. One, you're not eating enough fiber, not eating enough good food, you're not hydrated, and then most importantly, not enough sleep to repair the brain. So once you get all those things, then and you don't have that feeling in your head, then I think you're all good. You're all good to start vibe coding again. What's my doggy doing? Oh my goodness. The terminal might be scary for a lot of people though. That's another thing too. The music always stops on this section. Always. Always stops on this section. Mainly vibe coding. Until we get a stable statewide, alright. Stripe, accounts, web, copy, Windows lanes only for now. Windows lanes. Base app is free. Yeah. Base app is free. Free download only, paid use only. Got it. Update freemium model. Rewrite Claude made nothing is free. No free tier plus pre-roll. To the new free download free tier plus no. Relax down. No free. Only make free drop pro to $5. Not a 4. Alright, yeah. Alright. So according to my paying audience, my audience that actually subscribes and donates and all that stuff, majority of them have been Mac users and Codex users. So I should cater to that audience. See, I went from targeting Linux only, and then people that were, getting into vibe coding were mainly into, they had like a Windows background, and so I made something for them. But those users really never paid, never downloaded, never used, except for one user, my subscriber Zen. And then when I made it for Mac, it was a little challenging because you want to publish on the App Store, but you don't really need the App Store. But the App Store has a lot of scrutiny to make sure your app is stabilized and works correctly. So it sort of made sense to just implement all their requirements into the development of the app so that it has a high bar, high standard, and more trust. And so I think we solved that now. And then now we just need to adjust the pricing. We could increase the pricing over time or anytime. It's just a matter of getting the stable synced up version with everything first. So we're working on that. So we just changed price. We just implemented all the feedback, and we're going to resubmit once all this pricing is set up. So I just have to watch 2 channels, my Mac and Windows builds, I mean, technically, I could probably give more love to the Linux users, but they use Linux for a reason, right? Which background should the terminal default to? I'll probably do Astro Starfield. How should the exact OC colors are applied? Your dark theme uses different tomorrow night colors. That's the off you're seeing. Your current dark theme uses different tomorrow. That's the off you're seeing. Alright, add that. Transparency scope. A browser tab can't show in the OS desktop beyond it. What should target? You need to get to the point where SSG is stable and you're vibe coding using SSG so people can see it. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, it's so stable on Linux. That's why it just it just works. The main thing is publishing. Like the product works, it's just publish, but publishing is the thing. But yeah, I'll fix all the publishing, let it get stable, and then we'll demo it. I think I'll get my I'll get my MacBook in 2 months. Yeah, it's not a waste of time at all. Yep. It's just a matter of Mrs. Sigma allowing me to continue. Allowing me to continue. That's the only challenge, guys. I'm not worried about everything else. It's the, you know, the pressure. Browser rendered this change, also native desktop window. Let's do that. Yeah, so I'm gonna just completely change, like, instead of me, you know, coding with Tmux and Ghost TTY, it's just gonna be built into SSG terminal. That way I could say I'm using my product every day and it will have all the same stuff. It's not a harness. It's not a harness. A harness is able to load the model, right? It's able to load the model and then configure it and code it. We're like I wouldn't say it's a complete harness because SSG is practically a harness. It's a harness, but it cheats. It doesn't like load it via, you know, API, or doesn't use like Claude Code, Claude-P, or doesn't use the SDK. It does it through hooks and MCPs, and it is deterministic. So the harness, and it doesn't require any prompts or AI built into it whatsoever. It is a dev tool. It is a dev tool. I want to stray away from harnesses altogether because harnesses is going to change, right? It's just going to change all the time. A tool that you use every day is probably not that transforms to whatever the industry is creating. Like, I could end up being an antivirus, you know, AI type solution. The thing that I want it to be is a tool that could work for everything. And that is a moat. A tool that could work with everything is a moat. A tool that works with one thing, not not necessarily. Because like, what if the harness provider or the model provider does something different, right? It requires they do X, Y, Z. No worries. Hope you get it fixed. Should create a tool. Create a tool, an observability tool to monitor the printer. That's what I would do. If my printer is having issues, I'm creating a bunch of observability like things to monitor the health of that printer. I do need to fix voice. Voice is something I need to fix. Even though people are downloading voice, I need to fix voice. I really need to fix voice. Oh man, I also need to change the color of texts. Sometimes I can't distinguish. And 4J is here. 4J is here. What's up? Oh, let's see. I have to eat my breakfast a little bit still, guys. It's 11 a.m. Come on, fix it. What's it doing? Oh, tests. More tests. Hello? Terminal update. Pricing. Voice fix. RTS fix. RTS update. More like RTS update. The Vibecoder sim. All phases green. All right, what's it gonna look like, guys? Operate on, not requesting. Deploy now, and what's the site to allow me to change? What? Happened? Oh, incident. An incident happened. Not by me, not caused by me. Incident. Support chat. I heard on the news something happened. Low-skilled attacker used Claude Codex to breach 14 companies. Oh my god, ads. That was a short article. By analyzing the sessions, they discovered that Claude had been copied onto the host rather than installed. That instance had previously belonged to a software developer. The attacker's working directory also contained a stolen Claude instance archived 7-zip folder, suggesting the hijacking and reusing other people's AI agent installations was the attacker's routine method of operation. The attacker usually bypassed the agent's reluctance to execute hacking requests by claiming he was engaged in authorized red team exercises. Of course, attacker used the agent to identify exploitable services or on target systems, build custom exploits based on discoverable vulnerabilities. Prompt history shows that almost all hacking activity was driven through a Claude agent, with the attacker performing to issue vague directives such as recon this, and allowing Claude to carry out the request autonomously. Oof. Oof. That's bad. That sounds bad. Alright. I would go over the YouTube stuff right now. Maybe it's YouTube time. It is a YouTube time. 11 a.m. is usually the news time for the TBPN bros. So go. Right, I think this is it, right? Yeah, go. Go. It's ready. It's ready to publish. What's this one? Oh, we're updating the terminal though, but we'll figure that out on the next update. It's a plugin after all. All right, news time, huh? News time? All right, let's listen.
You need to have a certain amount of expertise to know what to do with this boundless intelligence that's imbued in the model. And I think this is where folks with experience, folks that have spent, decade plus in this industry,
Damn,
they
this
know how
camera
to
quality
create
is so good.
because they can leverage the model's underlying capability
4K,
to
guys.
create something that's just world class. So many businesses, they have a great product, they have a great service, but there's just so much sort of unmet opportunity for these business owners, for these founders. And I'm really just here to make it easier for them to tap into it.
Should I make the thing?
Welcome back to another episode of The Light Cone. Today, we're joined by Bryant Cho, co-founder and CTO of Webflow, which created 1% of all websites live today. Bryant is back in the
1%.
current YC batch with a brand new startup called Ploy, which is taking the work he did on Webflow to the next level. Bryant, welcome to The Light Cone.
Thanks for having me.
So what is Ploy? We're looking
My
at it right now.
portfolio is made on
Kind
Framer.
of looks like
Oh.
a lot of the other things you
I don't know
might
what that
use
is.
to
I do not know.
Vibecode,
There's so
but
many different
it's
frameworks
actually
out there.
Way more awesome than that.
It is a website platform. You can build really incredible, bespoke, award-winning websites with Ploy, but it doesn't just stop there. The premise is that your website has all this traffic, it has
no,
all
his
this
hair.
data, and what we're doing is we're building an entire
Something
marketing
happened to his hair. Nobody told
to
him.
help you run your business, to help you run your ads, help you find your customers, help
They're
you
like-
make your website copy.
They're like, let's
but
just.
then also most
They're like, we'll just have AI fix it. But no, they didn't.
importantly, help you get found by ChatGPT, help you get found by Perplexity and Claude, so that businesses can run their marketing on autopilot.
Kind of sounds like hiring the perfect CMO who also is a designer and who can code.
That's actually kind of my background. So like I started as a CTO of Webflow, but then I also led our marketing teams. I also started our sales teams. So I'm just taking all that knowledge and I'm baking it into Ploy.
Okay, so that sounds like founder market fit, a triple unicorn, making the AI triple unicorn for everyone in the world, like the other 98% of websites could really use this.
That's right. So what you're seeing is that it's sure like a vibe coding sort of UI UX, but you're also getting stuff out of the box that you wouldn't normally get. So you get all of these sort of integrations, but then most importantly, you get all this traffic. So what I actually did was just to show off Ploy's web design skills, I loaded your old startup website.
Yeah, so this is mine. This is Posterous, Dead Simple Blogs by email. You can see the little the Gmail buttons and things like that.
What year did you build the
This
site,
is
Gary?
2008. So, if it looks dated, it is.
So we dropped it into Ploy and we essentially said, hey, go and recreate this website in Ploy. And this is what it created.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's gorgeous. So this
Okay.
is not 2008 Posterous. It is truly 2026 Posterous. Be
That's all right.
careful because now that
I wonder what Justin Khan is doing these days. Yeah, he looks like a total bum right now. But with AI, he's probably thinking back. He worked on this legal company. I think he was trying to create an AI legal company. He was so early to the game. AI didn't exist yet. So it failed and crashed, but if he just stuck it out for those years, he probably would have done it. I actually interviewed at it too. It was a mess. Like there were like so many people in one single room. It was insane. I was like, man, I'm never gonna work here. It's too crazy.
That you've created, I might have to actually write a million lines of code and make it real again.
This is definitely a Google VO video and all these sort of prompts.
Google VO sounds like his brand. Yeah, it was crazy.
And sort of knowledge about how to.
I'm like, man, this is a real startup. Like I've interviewed at plenty of places. Nah, this one real, because there was just literally one room for interviews that was sort of clean. The rest was just chaos of so many people in one floor, not even like a floor. It's like, think of it like a single office room and just a bunch of people in it. And yeah, if there was a fire, we'd all die. If there was a fire, we'd all die immediately, guys. That's how bad is that's how crazy that startup was.
Type of videos are embedded into play.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in the land of doing image gen and video gen, there's just a lot you have to do around.
I don't get why they show the shoes. I guess it's to expand everything, but I see what's it called? Gary's shoelace untied. Need to fix that.
Curation.
I mean, once a video is in 4K, you notice everything wrong.
And proper prompting. It's kind of like a dark art, actually. So being able to start off with the 1,000 examples that you've already pulled together, I mean, that's context in action.
Jared, I also got yours coming up. We also took Scrib. We went back in the Wayback Machine.
Scrib from 2007.
YouTube for documents.
YouTube for documents. I remember fiddling with the CSS to try to make that look right.
How did you even host this back in the day?
This was before AWS. This was on a physical server. Originally physically in my dorm room closet, which is how I learned that servers are loud.
So this is what Ploy redesigned it to.
Ooh.
Wow.
Bring it to 2026.
And this is basically like, you basically just gave it the old website and like told it to go with maybe
All right,
like
should
a
I
short
just
prompt,
use
and then just,
my
like, went
upload
and
it to the
just, like,
site, make it look
brought
better?
up to 2026, right?
That's right. So it actually went
Use
to the
the free
Wayback
trial?
Machine's URL, understood the contents, and then understood the context of your business. And then it was like, oh, cool, we're bringing this business back. Let's go and redesign it for the modern era.
So yeah, it's interesting because it's not merely web design. It's actually understanding, memory, reasoning, really
some
like
stuff
a
needs my
marketing company
attention.
brain.
Some stuff needs my attention really quick. That's why I need to update my, all right, accepted that prompt. Anything for Windows? No, Windows finished. What? Pushed plus resume blocked, your call. Commit and push. Commit, push, deploy, publish, whatever word you need me to say, I'll say it. Just keep working. Just keep working. Anything else? No, nobody's calling for my attention here. Testing. All right, that's working now. I can close that. Pricing, still working. Terminal update, still working. RTS is done, apparently. So there's a control for the RTS now. Git commit, send it. Yep. Send it. You know what's interesting? A lot of the send it stuff is, what do you call it? Okay, where's the hacker thingy? Where's the hacker? Wait, why doesn't it show me what hacker thingy? Well, I'll add this to my controls. That's one thing to do. Add it to the controls. Add it to the list of tools that I've created. And save it to NSA secret projects. Now I just need, where is, all right, apparently, mono, to offer the flip, if you rather flip from a button, I need a button. it needs a toggle button. Both are committed and pushed. And then what was the other feature that I just said? Oh, I don't see anything for Linux. Also, I don't see any activity from Linux. This computer. All right. Everything's accepted. Back to it. Back to it.
That's right. That's right.
And asset generation. Like I remember like back in the day to like make images like this, you need to hire like a team of designers, and it was so slow and expensive. And like animations, like what you did for Gary's site, that was like
Impossible.
like impossible. Yeah. Like unaffordable for any startup.
Unaffordable.
Oh man, this is Harge's.
This is Automatic for 2007.
Sorry.
Yeah, Automatic was software for small businesses to sell online.
Yeah.
Mostly managing their eBay auctions.
And this is what we redesigned
This
it
is
to.
much better.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
So it was able to like build these sort of like product mocks of your product.
Okay.
It's kind of like
so Claude
interactive
can also
and stuff.
develop your actual website too.
It can do everything a model can do.
I mean, this is actually pretty interesting. That dashboard is the kind of that's basically the kind of software we built.
Looks
I didn't
pretty
actually think
mid.
we had that on the
Looks pretty mid.
individual website, but that like top
It
listing.
looks like
it's
a
interesting that
plastic website
yeah, the
still.
controls. Yeah, this is all like really, really quite intelligent.
Yeah, it's really working backwards from who the customer is, what do they want, what are the jobs to be done.
It's kind of impressive. I kind of understand more what.
All right, now I
Automatic
have
does
to
with
check
this
this out.
website.
Is it free? All right, let's check it out. Anybody check it out? Ploy. All right, start for free. All right, continue. Do Sigma shake, 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 shake. Continue. All right, how are we gonna do it, guys? How are we gonna do it? How are they gonna redesign my site? Hey Sigma, welcome to deploy. Wait, what is it doing? I'm going to look you up and your company so I can hit the ground running. What? I didn't even submit anything. How does it know? Sigma Shake founder. What the heck? Look, it's like literally analyzing everything. Hey, what the heck? How does it know? Larry, you have no legs. What the heck's it doing, guys? It knows that I'm the owner of this website. Bring your site into ploy, slurping the brand design and build new. Oh, slurping it? So it just slurped up my Sigma Shake site. I didn't even log in, guys. How does it know? What the heck? What access did I give it? Yes, is this to you? I mean, sure, why not? What do you think the result is, guys? The suspense is killing me. Can it make my site better? My site looks like slop. I need it to be better. Which of these interests you? Get found on search? Turn more visitors into customers? Build around, improve my site's design. It looks exactly the same. It looks exactly the same. I'm not sure. I guess it used the same model I use, and then it's like, yeah, yours is good. It might, guys. It looks exactly the same, guys, except mine's better. That was bad, guys. That was a bad demo. Man, I really had some faith in them. Did I just do something wrong? Rank higher? No. Improve my design. This is Garbanzo, guys. Garbanzo? Garbanzo. It did nothing to my site but download it. At least I know, it still looks good, I fixed the solid things, fixed the thingy. It looks a lot better in dark mode though. Way better in dark mode. And then I'll be changing the price here soon. So we're good there. So for a demo, I give it, the fact that it loaded everything all in one go, I give that like, you know, pretty good out of 10 because it just analyzes whatever it is somehow. And then, what else would it do? Start with a tighter homepage hero? Sure. Whatever you need. Just get me a working site. Just get me a working site. All right.
Yeah, no,
I'd
that's what I mean, it's
say
better.
you could probably use that too, Ido. And see what it does to your site and see what you think. You could send a picture in the Discord of the results.
It's better than what we
I
have.
I
have no
actually
idea.
understand what it does.
I have no idea what it was. So what
Yeah.
is it?
Well, it's no. I think that's actually a deep point. Like, it's not just prettier, which obviously it is. Like obviously like the visual design is much better, but actually the content is better too. And we
Well, that's
always
the
hear,
hard part.
Yeah,
hear
I
about
think
like AI slop.
I think
but,
the
like,
video is bad. Design is like your favorite part of the process. Yeah. I don't think that was a good video, guys. That was a bad video. Data black hole, the center of AI. All right, let's add this to watch queue, add to queue. Finally, agent loops clearly explained. Let's see, does Wall Street do drugs anymore? I don't know. What happened in the meta? Vibecoding loops. He took a company public, blew up. He came back solo. All right. All right, here. I feel like I missed out on a lot of stuff these past 3 days. How am I getting what it's like being undependent on fentanyl? What the heck's going on? Don't recommend that. What the heck? When did I look up fentanyl? Your AI work doesn't travel. Let's just add the queue, other stuff to the queue. Stop prompting Claude, start loop engineering. Sorry. Oh, I wanted to see this one. Did I see this one? I think I did see this one. Yeah, I saw that video already. Why did it show I didn't see that video? Why is it suggesting videos I already saw? Yeah, because I already saw this one. Dang it. The algorithm's not working, guys. The algorithm is not working. I missed TBPN stuff too. I'm not sure. All right, let's do a quick check again. Quick check. Let's change the music now since we moved on. So I'd say the output of this is Garbanzo. Moving on. Back to the music. Accept the prompt on the side screen. Any other thing that I need to accept? Accept it again on the side screen. All right, okay. On the music, go back to create. Play this. Yep, lowered volume. All right. Then we go to my Linux machines. Oh, it needs an update. Hacker mode. When you don't see Linux, this activity, which activity are you looking at as a symptom? I am looking at current live defaults. Current live defaults. All right. Terminal update still going. Chat is here. New people, new person. How come I didn't hear you come in? That's weird. Welcome. Sorry about that. All right. So we got the music saved. Next, watch a video. Is this a good video or not?
So one definition of intelligence is sample efficiency. That is to say, how much data do you need in a given domain to operate fluently and competently? And it's actually not clear that we've made that much progress in training sample efficiency over the last few years. It seems like more so we've just
Man, like they really put a lot of like effort in the quality of the video production.
dramatically widened and improved the data distribution. The main way that AIs have been getting better is from adding more and better data and scaling the compute required to.
You know what's crazy is that he's talking on a transcript. Every video is talking on a transcript, and I'm starting to figure out how to get that to work for myself, because I've never read from a transcript in my whole, or teleprompter my whole life. I never read it, but I need to practice.
Develop that data.
Like every YouTube video, guys, it's scripted, but it's scripted for good reason. It creates a good, high quality video.
Data in the first place. Obviously, RL is the main way that this has happened. You can think of RL as basically a kind of synthetic data generation, where you dump a ton of compute against a verifier or a rubric if you have an LLM as a judge, and you do this in order to find out what the good data is in the first place. And then you train your model to predict these correct rollouts, much in the same way that you might train that model.
All right, not a good video, not a good video. I could already tell, guys. I could already tell. Crap. I need to just click next video. Next video. Next video. Uh-oh. Where'd my watch later go? Ay, ay, ay. Hey, why is there no videos in my watch later? What? What? All right. I have high confidence
Today we're talking about
that this should be better.
both rockets and money, which is appropriate because the sponsor of today's video is Rocket Money. You'll hear more about that later. SpaceX has finally IPO'd, and a lot has happened in the few days since that has made me want to rip my hair out. The financial numbers of this whole situation, both Elon Musk's net worth and SpaceX valuation, make so little sense they must be explored. But first, we have to celebrate with the man. Yeah! Woo! The SpaceX IPO!
It's crazy.
Everybody's cheering. And everybody in this room is actually cheering. They're not just faking it for their boss, because almost all of them became millionaires from this. SpaceX IPO'd a few days ago at $135 a share, roughly a $1.75 trillion valuation. And immediately it took off like a rocket, popping 20% in the first.
How much is it now, guys? How much is it now? 185. Whew. Whew. When it was going to like 120 or 200 something, I was just like, did I miss the rocket ship? I'm like, no. I remember, guys, this is what I remember. For every, what do you call it? For every stock, I remember this. Remember this, you get a high point at the very beginning, and then you realize how much it's worth, and it goes, woo, boom. Same thing for Asana. We looked at Asana earlier. Popping. Now only worth 1 billion. Can you believe that? Asana, out of all companies, worth practically $1 billion. Damn, I'm gonna have to work really hard, guys, to reach 1 billion. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to work really hard to reach that 1 billion.
Day. And then you'd think, okay, well, that's insane. And it didn't stop. It kept going like a rocket until it passed Amazon. From 1.75 trillion to 2.6 trillion in 2 days. Then it kept going. I'm sorry, wait, I had to pause right there because Elon Musk took this opportunity to call Amazon fake and gay, thanks to Grok. Classy.
Okay.
A classy way of handling this. And then it kept going and it passed Microsoft briefly.
Yeah, past Microsoft. When I passed Microsoft, I was getting messages. I was saying, are we in a bubble? SpaceX is worth more than Microsoft. I was like, Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you think of it this way, they're able to get all the resources in space if they're the monopoly in space, right? Commercially, right? If they're commercially the monopoly of space, that means they own all of space, right? So that means they own several Earths worth of resources, gold, water, energy, the sun potentially. They could create something big enough that'll just block Earth and kill us all. So it sort of made sense at that time.
Billion valuation within 3 days of trading. Now, if you check companies by market cap today, SpaceX is hovering right around 5th or 6th, which is just genuinely insane. And this valuation, this massive spike, has made Elon Musk immediately the world's first trillionaire, as declared by Forbes. So congratulations to him, huh? He is now top of the list. Now, he was 1.1 trillion on the first day of listing immediately, but after a few days of continued rising, he is now not just the world's first trillionaire, but $1 trillion ahead of the next guy. He could lose $1 trillion and still be the richest man in the world.
Moly.
It's a really
Talk
unique
about
time. And I'll explain why
God
this
of
is such
this
a
earth,
comical number
this
given the
reality.
valuation of the economics of the companies in a second. But first I want to say, this is a great loophole you just discovered, because people like to say things like, there are no ethical billionaires. And Elon Musk has often pushed back against that, saying you shouldn't insult people for being billionaires. It's morally wrong and dumb. Being billionaires is not a pejorative. But now he's sort of found an Air Bud style loophole. There are no ethical billionaires, but there's no rule about trillionaires, okay? If you consult this graph, you'll notice that after 999 billion, your ethics actually come right back up. He's no different than you or I. So, why is this a big deal other than just big number? Rockefeller was rich. JP Morgan was, these are all rich people in the past. He's just the next line of rich guys. Well, you've got all the finance YouTubers saying the same thing. The SpaceX IPO is wild. The SpaceX IPO situation is crazy. The SpaceX IPO is troubling. Everybody's saying the same thing, and I can kind of bottom line it for you. It comes down to one word. This is a real company that sells the real product of Starlink, but the crazy part of it is the valuation. And when you really dig into it, you find how insane this story is.
Everybody was questioning about my valuation. They're like, why are you at 2 million valuation? Well, I put in the time, I put in the tokens, and then AI did the calculation on the valuation. Well, the same thing applies to them. The same thing applies to SpaceX.
I kind of want to zoom out a bit and explain to you what the core concept of valuing a company is. Like why we do this to begin with, why investing in a company, how it normally works in a real economy instead of the crazy clown show we're in right now. So I want you to think of an example of something like a vending machine. A vending machine is a great way to think about a business that you're investing in. A vending machine has some fixed cost you pay up front, and then it makes you a certain amount of money over time. And the goal is eventually the amount of money it makes you exceeds the price you paid, and you're making profit from there. Do you understand? The average vending machine, I looked this up, is estimated to make around $400 a month. So it's a sincere question to you, the chat. If this vending machine was gonna make you an average of $400 a month, how much would you pay for it? What would you pay for this vending machine? What is not a trick question.
10
what would you
times
pay?
more.
What do you think would be a fair price to pay? It's gonna make you $400 a month.
$4,000.
People are saying $4,000. People are saying $5,500. People are saying $10,000. What you just said says a lot about your risk tolerance, your ability to wait for payoff. It says a lot about you as an investor. If you want a small amount of money, you like to have lower risk. If you want a high amount, something like that. So a lot of questions have to be asked because you don't know the future value. You know that right now, this thing makes $400 a month. So you can kind of do some math and figure out after 10 months, it would be $4,000. But you don't know will I need repairs? Will consumer demand for snacks increase, or will they decrease, or will they stay the same? How long can I personally wait before needing my money back? These are questions that you have to answer as an investor. But there's roughly a range of acceptable answers, right? The actual answer to this question, if you look at the market today, is $4,000. That's what this thing costs. Because the market...
I didn't look that up. Valuation is typically 10 times more of the monthly revenue or annual.
market collectively has decided that's about a fair amount of time to get your money back based on normal estimates. It's around 4K. But like, if you were somebody who would wait for a deal and wants to do 3K, or you're willing to pay more because you think snacks are going to go to the moon, and you're like, I'll pay it because I need to get in the business now. I'll make the money back. I don't care profits right now. Depending on the kind of investor you are, it's different numbers. But if I were to tell you, hey, I've got a vending machine to sell you, I'll charge you $100 million. You would know that makes no sense. You would know that whether or not you're like a little more risky or a little less risky, or whether or not you think snacks are going to do well or not, you would just understand that this valuation will not make.
The thing is, there's the $1 trillion market is like a GDP, and then when you have everybody's retirement in a company, it becomes unkillable. That's the problem.
Take you your money back. That there's no reasonable path to success. But if you were to paint an X on it and have Elon Musk pitch it, it turns out that actually works in today's economy. That is the only person alive right now that can sell this level of payback at this cost, and people will go, yeah, I think it's worth it. Understand that this is the largest IPO ever done, and its valuation at the launch is greater than almost all these other major American IPOs combined. All previous largest IPOs on the 10 list combined are smaller than SpaceX. The amount he's chosen to launch his company at before it has any provable revenue or profit.
And to be fair, he did this, the company did this all without AI. No AI at the time.
Is astronomically bigger than what it should be deserved. And it's telling that he opened his speech that we showed earlier. He opened his speech by saying, while most companies' opening remarks during their IPOs are about profit, today was something different. It was about hope. That's an easy thing to do when you have no profit. You can't talk about profit if you have none. And yet people give him so much credit for this. They're inspired and impressed by it, and they throw their money at it. But it's just an insane thing. I want you to try and look at this list of the world's largest companies by market cap. It's the most valuable companies in the world. The most valuable vending machines, okay? You'll notice if you take this list of the most valuable companies and you click this button right here, earnings, to see which companies make the most money, you'll notice it's almost the same list. The difference between these lists, you'll notice only 2 companies have changed. All the same names are there, except for 2. You can't find Tesla and SpaceX. They're the 2 that don't belong. Now look, the order of the list is slightly different. Companies ordered by their profit, Saudi Aramco is number 2. But on companies ordered by like how much the market values them, Saudi Aramco is number 9. And that slight gap is because Saudi Aramco makes a lot of money now, but some of these companies might make more in the future. They still make a lot of money right now. So there's some element of like hopes and dreams, and there's some element of real profit right now. But Elon has skipped the part of any real company right now and has managed to get into this upper end.
The reason why he's able to skip, guys, is because nobody knows their revenue. Only a few amount of people know their revenue right now, and they don't have to report it for 2 quarters. So at the beginning of next year, that's when we'll know the actual, like, what they're doing in business, and then the bubble will pop. It's like WeWork. Yeah, it's like WeWork.
Echelon of the list with just hopes and dreams. It's just vibes. It's the first time that's been done. It's the only one on the list. Even the new entrants to the list, like AMD and SK Hynix, are making real oodles of cash right now. I mean, look, I can say this a million different ways, but I really want to get it through your head that one of these companies doesn't belong. Look, how can SpaceX be worth more than Amazon by any, even the craziest stretch of imagination? It's so out there. You can look at this one.
Yeah, people at SpaceX want to sell their stock right now. They're like, right now, guys. But they can't. They're all locked up.
This company doesn't belong.
The only one that can sell right now is Elon. You could probably just cash out the $1 trillion right now.
You know, this is all the companies, revenue, and net income. There's one on this list that is not making any money. There's a lot of astronomical ways to point out how absurd this valuation is, and I'm going to hit you with a couple more of them because I really want you to get through your head why people think it's so crazy. When I first made these slides a few days ago, SpaceX, at their launch market cap of 1.75 trillion, was greater than the valuation of basically every other aerospace company. Raytheon, Boeing, Airbus, Honeywell, Lockheed, all these companies make money. All these companies combine. And like, if you pick any one of these companies, even like poorly performing ones, let's pick Boeing. Let's pick one example. If you pick Boeing, Boeing is much larger than SpaceX individually as a company. It makes like 4 times the amount of revenue that SpaceX does, but it's worth more than all of these combined. But this slide is out of date when I made this because we've already had 3 days pass.
I used to work in a commercial studio, and my coworker was this Indian dude, and he used to work for SpaceX, got burnt out, quit, and did photography. Yeah, all the people at SpaceX are super burnt out right now. Then he had a baby on the way. Yeah. Everyone at SpaceX, I have a friend that worked there too. They were just like, it was just a sweatshop, big sweatshop. So I'm working for some autonomous plane company in Fremont. Yeah. People who worked at SpaceX, especially in the Hayward location in LA, all burnt out.
SpaceX is bigger than the entire aerospace and defense sector.
Oh, and I interviewed there, and the guy that I was interviewing, he says, I've only been here for like 6 months, but I feel like I've lost 6 years of my life. Everything's on fire every single day, especially in security.
Of the world. Like, it's gotten so much bigger in 3 days. It's unreasonable. And so I searched high and low to try and find
the AI hype. It's the AI hype.
Of an example of where SpaceX actually is. Like, what is a company that actually is near SpaceX? If it wasn't Elon there, if it was valued based on more like fundamentals, which is a crazy thing to say nowadays, where would it be? And the answer is Carnival Cruise. SpaceX is roughly the revenue size of Carnival Cruise, but it's valued like it's Amazon or Google.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
it only takes
is
one bad
business,
rocket ship for it to go.
It's relatively
curtains.
small. Look, I'll compare the
Heck,
two. Carnival
actually,
Cruise last
you could actually, like, I should probably short the stock right now. You could make a ton of money on just shorting the stock. Price wise, it's probably at like $70 or $50 price wise in stock.
year made $25 billion in revenue. SpaceX did 18.
I should probably put my money on it.
But the difference is Carnival Cruise made money on that.
They said that with Tesla too.
And because they
That's
actually
true.
had the gall to make some money, they're valued like a normal company, while SpaceX is valued bigger than all of the aerospace companies in the world combined. It's a truly staggering number.
It's a secret society, guys. Secret society.
In order to justify not even the $100 million one, let's say you wanted to buy like a more expensive vending machine. In order to justify a higher valuation, you'd have to promise that this $400 a month number, it'll get bigger. It'd be like, you know what? We have a new line of snacks. The vending machine profit's going to go up. Foot traffic's going to increase. You have to have a reason. You have to have a story, okay? That's how you can justify these higher valuations, as a story. And if you want to justify a valuation this big, you need a story of growth that is really absurd. So Elon Musk got Morgan Stanley to put out numbers, estimate numbers, that are truly crazy, that show an astronomical level of growth happening very, very quickly.
Crazy.
And this is a way to somehow justify their
Guys,
current valuation.
They're going to claim that they own a planet. That's the only way, guys. They're going to say, we're going to own Mars. Nobody else will get to own Mars. Not to mention the expectation of 1 million citizens on Mars. Practically get every homeless, unemployed on there. Ship them over. Actually, there's so many millions of them. We have billions. There's probably 1 to 2 billion in population, unemployed, uneducated, ready to go. He has a lot to choose from. It'll be like that movie, Mickey 17 or something, Mickey 17, where people are just shipped to a planet, but they get paid or something, or they're prisoners, something like that. And, things will go wrong when that happens, right? But yeah, 2040, 3 trillion estimate projected revenue. Ooh. That's crazy. Crazy, guys.
Now, is Morgan Stanley biased? No, of course not. This is just Morgan Stanley SpaceX IPO.
I get the argument that it's not worth its valuation, but look at Elon has done and he's doing, no one comes close. That's true, but it's not Elon doing the work. It's the people. The people are doing the work. He is just absorbing all that. The people are the actual value. Elon is just the backer, the money backer, the fundraiser.
Launch Mission Control because they're one of the key bankers that made $100 million as one of his partners in the IPO. Of course they're not biased. They're a sincere and honest Wall Street
hard to
firm.
disagree.
But what's so funny is, because even if you take these numbers at face value, they would only justify the $1.75 trillion valuation that they started at. So this has to all happen to end up where they started. But the stock's already growing because of this crazy.
Yeah, but Elon needing it. Yeah, Elon's the fundraiser. He's making sure everybody gets paid.
Crazy mania. So they have to make up new numbers. And so Elon Musk is responding to these numbers and saying, nah, it's going to be way bigger. We're going to have $1 trillion in revenue by 2030.
In 4 years. Or no, right? Not 24.
You make 18 billion
14
now.
years.
The numbers you paid for are not astronomical enough. And who does that? This is what's so crazy. This is what makes Elon different from everyone.
You know, you guys, you know what's going to kill Elon's valuation? When India and China do the exact same thing. That's when the market will completely crash.
Every other grifter out there. When Elon says this, which is just an absurd, insane thing to say, his fans come out of the woodwork and go, damn. Like this guy goes, whoa. Elon predicts that SpaceX could reach $1 trillion in revenue by 2030. That means even the big banks are underestimating SpaceX. The true value of space-based AI computers. But like what? Based on what? Because Elon Musk said it? You just went like, oh, the banks are wrong because Elon Musk tweeted it? Do you think maybe he's biased as the guy that owns 80% of SpaceX? Like, does that cross your mind at all, Nick Cruz Pantane? And then you have stock pumpers like Bill Ackman coming out and saying literally like comically funny lines. I can't believe he's saying this with a straight face. He goes, one of the things that makes SpaceX so valuable is how valuable it is. That's a Hall of Fame opening line. But these guys are Wall Street professionals. I mean, it's a joke, dude. So then when people point out, like, isn't this kind of crazy? SpaceX is worth more than Amazon despite being astronomically smaller in the size of the business and in the profit. Doesn't that feel like odd to you? Like, I know that fundamentals don't seem to matter anymore, but it's so extreme and so crazy. People will respond and go, unless SpaceX hasn't even started yet, SpaceX is going to innovate. And it's like, are we really trusting Pepe Yugi Saul? For most companies, you wait until there's evidence of the innovation being a real business, and then the valuation increases.
X is gold,
We're
guys.
skipping all the steps. It's valued like it's already printing money, and it's not. So obviously, I'm thinking like,
Trust me, call Bennett.
it feels so crazy. Obviously, this is so divorced from anything resembling reality that it makes you feel fucking crazy. But I want to explain a little bit about how it happened, because there's a specific bit of financial engineering that Elon Musk did to engineer this level of a pop. So let's think of SpaceX like a rocket ship here. This is the entire company of SpaceX. Now, if you break it down, 54% of the company is held by banks, insiders, and employees. That who owns most of the shares. Then 42% of the company is owned by Elon Musk himself personally. Now you might be thinking, does Elon Musk get outvoted by these guys? No, good question. Elon Musk has special 10x voting shares. So even if 90% of the company was owned by someone else and they said, hey, can we just do rockets and no grok? He could say no. Which used to not be allowed. But rules got changed for Elon Musk. Even if all investors voted one way, he could overrule. So these are all that's owned by insiders and Elon. Now, these guys aren't yet allowed to sell. These guys are still forced to hold to the beginning of the IPO. They can't sell their stock yet. The amount that we've been talking about lately is this last 4%. This is the IPO. They floated a very, very small percent of the company that's been trading on public markets.
Yeah, this is the part that's the bubble, guys. Available to public, 4%. To buy, guys, to buy.
Everyone is chasing
I'm gonna hold SpaceX for the next 10 years.
after
That's no. Honestly, the only people that should be holding are the employees, possibly.
these small amount of shares and bidding the price up, which makes the value of all of this seem higher on paper. So it's an exploitation of this very, very small float. Again, 96% of the company is not yet available for sale. It's off the market. So all of the bidding is going on a very, very small percent. The way he engineered this was, normally when you do an IPO, you'll go to an investment bank. You get one of the big investment banks and you say, hey, look, we want to sell a good chunk of our company to raise money for factories or going to the moon or whatever. We need money. So we're gonna give you this chunk of the company to the investment bank. And you're gonna guarantee that you can get the public to buy it. That's your job. They're kind of underwriting is the idea. Elon Musk didn't get one bank. He didn't get two banks. He didn't get 5 banks. He didn't get phase banks. He got 20 different Wall Street banks all to underwrite this and got them all a massive $500 million bonus pool if they could pump and sell this stock. So basically every major bank on Wall Street is all pumping and pushing this stock. And it's only 4%. A tiny bit of the float. So if you go through Twitter, on finance Twitter the past few days, every major bank is tweeting shit like this. It's just Wall Street people smiling happy as they fucking dump these shares onto retail. They are all just shilling to anyone they can to get this shit out to pop in the first few days. And they all made incredibly fat fees for doing so. Goldman and Morgan Stanley pocketed $100 million each, but there was a bigger bonus pool that went to the rest. So if you've seen advertisements, it's been bought by them. All of these banks have been buying the ads, the pop-up ads, the online, everything that's pushing the retail buying SpaceX has been these banks.
You should have invested in Sigma Shake instead.
It works. So whenever there's excessive retail demand for an IPO, they do what's called a green shoe, and they issue some additional shares to feed into the demand. You'll notice they're all wearing fucking green shoes because retail demand was fucking crazy. Record-breaking traffic on Robinhood. Rules got changed. So Fidelity, where a lot of like regular Joes do their 401ks in banking, they usually have a rule where you have to have $100,000 in your account to gamble on an IPO because they're so risky. They changed the rule to $2,000 just for SpaceX. So even like broke retail traders can dump all in on SpaceX because the hype was so crazy. Also, they made a rule that you can't even flip it. So if you buy SpaceX day one and sell it day 3 for a profit, you're banned from IPOs for life. They want you to be a bag holder for 6 months minimum.
Bag holder for 6 months, guys.
Diamond hands to make sure that you as the retail buy this shit overpriced and bag hold for 6 months. Yeah. It's crazy.
The thing is, the retailers that actually buy right now, they're gonna get screwed the most because you have to hold at the price. You can't sell. As for all the people that are in it, they could sell. You can't. Not even the person that bought the shares can.
This stuff used to be criminal, but nobody cares anymore. It's all like subtly slimy and crooked to make sure retail are the ones holding this bag. Now, I know what I sound like to some of you. If you're a true Wall Street bettor, I'm the guy in the middle. Oh no, the valuation. And you're like, it's up. I'm going to the moon. And I totally get that. And if you're gambling in the short term, bro, play that casino. But just understand that on some fundamental level, the math...
Guys, the only way we're getting to Mars is if we solve the energy problem and the quantum mechanics problem. We don't have usable quantum technology yet. We don't have usable... nuclear fusion technology yet. I mean, we're like praising and we're crossing our fingers that it's gonna happen. But yeah, then we're not even thinking about the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is gonna be crazy.
This company does not make sense on a level it's even extreme for Elon. Even for Tesla, this would be extreme. It's so out there that you are betting all your chips on one roulette thing, on one square in roulette. Maybe it works, but understand the risk
one
is
square in
with
roulette.
You. It's not with them. They are smiling because it's your expense.
Yep.
They are cashing out.
And these are all old people, guys. These are all old people. All the young people, we're gonna get screwed over again.
even, you know, people are obviously many think pieces are coming out like, hey, this feels like rampant enthusiasm is buoying tech shares to levels that defy gravity. Like, it's starting to get even New York Times, which usually doesn't talk about shit like this, is like, bro, this is getting mathematically so crazy. And I do recommend you read this article, How to Kick SpaceX Out of Your 401k. If you have a 401k and want to be 100% certain you're not taking unreasonable gambles, this is a great way to look at it. I'll link it in the description below. But here's what you have to understand, is that all of this enthusiasm and mania and hype and popping the stock works really well when only a tiny sliver of shares
YouTube sucks. What about YouTube?
are available. There's a lot of frenzy demand.
What happened to
a small
YouTube?
amount of supply. But eventually, all these employees
Oh, you mean streaming on YouTube sucks? Is that what you said?
and Elon want to get rich too. They want to make real cash.
Hey,
They want to
Millsy.
dump some of these shares.
Not
and
Millsy.
that happens when their lockup period ends. That is staggered over the next 6 months. You can look at it here. So every few weeks, a lot more shares get unlocked and a lot more SpaceX employees.
I spoke to a lot of people that get paid in stock. They sell their stock immediately, guys. They sell their stock immediately. They call it the anti-diversification. No, they don't call it the anti. They call it the dive. When I came in earlier, I said Twitch sucked. Oh, no, now you say YouTube sucks even more. Now you're on Twitch, YouTube sucks. Millsy, I really appreciate you being on YouTube more. It slowly improves my ability to get monetized. So every time you're there, it's supporting me in some way, not directly, but the real time chat is is mainly for Twitch, but I think I try to stream on real time too for Twitch, right? Or for YouTube. Oh, I had normal low latency. That's probably why. I should have set ultra low latency. But you get higher quality video. You get definitely higher quality video. Well, at least you tried. Thanks for supporting me there.
Want to buy Ferraris and houses and watches and expensive shit. And they're going to start dumping their shares in the market. And there's going to be more and more supply and less enthusiasm from idiots like retail. And all of a sudden, you might see this great fucking pop slowly dematerialize. I'm not a guarantee. Nobody knows the future. But understand this math is not in your favor as more and more shares unlock. The average IPO has a 54% drawdown in the first year. That's the average. And this one's more crazily valued than others. So I urge you to listen to the advice briefly of Warren Buffett on why he doesn't buy IPOs like this.
And some of them report earnings differently.
I've got the Twitch app, but I'm not logged in. Okay.
Than I would report earnings. I mean, we haven't bought IPOs, and if you think about it, you've got a whole bunch of people on the other side who have an interest in marking up each stage of it, even if it's phony. Sometimes they offer one price for the employees that already have the shares, but then they have an artificial price so they can say that this round went at a higher price. They're picking the time to sell to you. I don't like when I'm picking the time to buy in a 2008 rather than having them pick the time when they've decided this is the time we can cash in by selling to you. We're going to do you a big favor and let you.
So think about that. The 20
What
big
games I play, you think about making an app to help your game? No, it was World of Warcraft, it was Dota 2. There's a lot of Dota 2 cheats being sold on Overwolf or something like that. And that's why I thought about Overwolf for a bit. But I'm not making games anymore. AI is not meant to make games. For the past 3 or 4 years, I was trying to make a game with it. It was a waste. It was a waste, but I learned a lot.
biggest Wall Street banks in the world and Elon Musk have decided this is the time to sell to you. At the
Tim
most
Sweetie says
extreme
different.
nosebleed
Okay.
valuation ever seen. And you're thinking, oh, I got a good deal. I'm getting one over on them. They are smiling. They're celebrating. They're popping champagne as they...
Wait. Need to check on the prompts. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right.
They dump
He's
these
the owner of
shares onto
Epic?
you,
Okay.
And you're the one
Yes.
thinking, oh yeah, this is...
He has a great incentive to make sure MCPs work with Unreal. A great incentive. But yeah, I'm not gonna waste my inference on that again.
I'm the brilliant, savvy investor here.
Unless I could edit Navi to be whatever model I want it to be, then Until then, I'll just wait.
However, maybe you're right, because why would I trust why would I trust Warren Buffett when he's poor? Warren Buffett.
They're getting rid of blueprints for language LLM can code called Verse. Also, majority of the models aren't trained on the the code. Most like games are closed source, so the good games, the source code is not available.
But it's only $144 billion in net worth, bro. He's like so much. He's a rounding error on Elon Musk.
So the games that you're generating, models that you're generating, are all just free stuff, which isn't that good.
Why would I care about this broke ass? I mean, listen, has Warren Buffett been an investor for 70 plus years, compounding his wealth? Yes. And yet, Elon Musk made more money than him, his entire net worth, in 6 hours. In one day. One trading day, 6 hours. Elon Musk added...
I think people need to learn is marketing. Yeah, it's true.
To his net worth, Warren Buffett's entire 70-year compounding interest net worth. That is the fucking world we're living in. The 10th richest man got past...
See how hard it is to market stuff? Yeah.
And if you want to get to that level of wealth, if you want to pass Warren Buffett, obviously the best way to do it is by saving money on subscriptions thanks to Rocket Money. If you look at your...
All right. Is he doing the same thing? All right. We good? All right.
The writings of, who said, the upside of this, the great thing about Elon becoming a trader, is that he makes a few farts whose identity is entirely linked to being rich feel truly inferior. And it's true. There's people who've dedicated their entire life to nothing but money, and they're now a rounding error on a guy who cheats at video games, who cheated at Path of Exile and Diablo, for a public that instantly called him out on it. That's gotta feel like a bad aura loss. I mean, there's
can't
CEOs.
link in here.
I looked at the highest paid CEOs in the world. People like David Solomon of Goldman Sachs, who makes $118 million in pay. He has a 741 times ratio of the average Goldman Sachs employee. David Zaslav, 1,378 times, $168 million. You go up this list, you have Dylan Field of Figma making almost $1 billion in pay. And then you go to number one on this list. And they all look like chumps.
Yeah, I've seen that.
They all look like chumps, dude. The level of pay is so astronomical, it has put all other wealth accumulation to shame. Even Jeff Bezos, who has, as recently as mid last year was trading spots for the world's richest man. Jeff Bezos is closer to a homeless man than he is to Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Like, there's such a gap. You and I are much closer to Jeff Bezos than he is to Elon. It is such an absurd, and he's like the third richest man in the world. It all makes you think. It's like, I'm not a person who believes everybody should have exactly the same amount of money. I do believe if you make a successful business, if you make a product someone wants, I don't care that you have more money than me. If Elon just sold cars at a profit and made more money than me, I would not care. I don't.
And he just watched a lot of money
explode.
Yeah.
More money than me. But there's a limit, right? There starts to be problems at certain levels of wealth concentration. A long time ago, 4 years ago, we made a video called Can You Spend Elon Musk's Entire Fortune? It was a bit of a goofy video that we made back in 2021 or 2. And in that video, I remember we bought 31 NFL teams, an NBA team, an F1 team, a M1 Abrams tank, a Hollywood movie, 20 original Mona Lisas. We bought all of this, and we were still one of the top richest people in the entire world. Like, you couldn't even hurt the net wealth if you tried. Back then, Elon Musk had a wealth of about $100 billion. He is now 10 times that in 4 years. You can't spend it. You could click all day on this website. You cannot spend it. Now, I did cheat a bit and use the macros, and I was able to buy 400 million AirPod Pros. I'm sorry, 4 billion. I'm sorry, 4 billion. So you can buy AirPod Pros for basically 1 out of every 2 people in the world. And that would be spending Elon Musk's fortune. and it'd be bigger than Nike, if you can believe it. But I have to ask you, like, having more money than the average person is not really the problem. It's when you have, as one individual, more money than the net worth of nations, wealthy nations. Elon Musk's net worth is greater than the combined net worth of everybody in Finland or everybody in Qatar. These are like top 20 wealthy nations. We know someone from there. Looking glass. It's truly crazy. And if you think about how in just a recent election, the 2024 election, this one man donated $300 million personally to drastically influence it, it gets crazy when you think about how now he could do that 3,472 times.
Damn.
We have to wait till the year fucking 20,000 to get through all of his money to spend on elections. It's just too much political power and control and influence in one person, and it allows him to ignore all the rules. One unique thing about Elon Musk is that all the rules that bind you or I, if we started companies, that would be called financial fraud or unacceptable, don't bind him. He is able to skip the rules because of his wealth and power, because people that are rich and famous don't want to piss him off. They don't want to lose access to his spigot of money. And it's allowing him to have a different system for him than even average wealthy people, let alone regular people. It's breaking the whole system. So what now? We're already seeing what he's going to do with this absurd valuation, which is what smart companies that have absurdly valued stock in the past have done.
They're going to buy their own stock.
Printing shares to buy companies. He's doing all stock deals.
Yeah, he's going to buy companies and he's going to buy his own stock. Trust, I would spend it all. Trust, I would also, in a few years, make it all back plus some.
In the past few days, 3 days after going IPO, SpaceX bought Cursor for $60 billion using only stock. So it cost them nothing. The stock swings in value $200 billion in a day. $60 billion is a rounding error, and he's not spending real money. He's not taking on debt. He's just issuing shares to retail traders and then buying companies. He raised from all this $85 billion from everybody buying in, and he used that money primarily to pay off debt on previous bad mistakes he's made. So like Twitter and XAI are both losing money and have big loans they couldn't pay, but he sold them to SpaceX. SpaceX IPO'd, and then he paid down the debt on his previous companies. But he's a man that doesn't change, because even though he has all of this new money, he's flush with fresh, real cash. The first thing SpaceX did today is issue more debt. They just paid off their last debt. They don't need more money, and they're taking on another $20 billion loan. So I promise you, I don't know this timeline, but the end game of this is risky for retail. And I think the way it's going, as I've said before, but it's seeming more and more likely, is that as the fake realities of these two companies really start to pile up, as the divorce from their numbers and their reality start to become more apparent, he's going to do the last quiver in his arrow. The last arrow in his quiver. The last trick he can pull. And that is, he is going to merge Tesla and SpaceX. Almost certainly, you will see this as the final game. Tesla and SpaceX
That's probably it.
to give one last final mega pump to both of these combined stocks and hide for a little bit longer the lack of like real economic generation.
Yeah, he has to do it right.
However,
like soon.
Whether this works or not is up in the air. But if it does, we may see Elon Musk become the world's first quadrillionaire. Which he said.
Yeah, he owns the Neuralink, Boring Company, Tesla. He's just going to buy them all and then pay off all their debts. Just combine it all in the SpaceX.
Is not impossible, but requires factories on the moon and Mars to achieve. But don't worry, if you think him being a quadrillionaire is a problem for society, dollars won't matter by then. So let's keep shoveling them his way, because by the time it works out, it won't matter. Thanks for watching the update. Hope that helped you understand what's going on with SpaceX.
That was a good one, guys. See that? At the very beginning of the video, I was like, this video is going to be good. This video is going to be good. All right, and we could already skip all the crappy videos that we see. Guess we're writing loops now. There's another one that I wanted to add that I should have watched. Everyone got replaced. What's happening to Meta? Is this? Yeah, this is an old one. Guys, don't get tricked, guys. All of Prime's videos are old. They're like really old and repeated. I don't watch them anymore. What else? What else? Do we have anything else, guys? Anything whatsoever? Finally, agent loops clearly explained. Anything from Stanford? Right. Let's check on our stuff really quick. Check on the stuff. Check on the stuff. Huh? Check on the stuff. Oh, we got 2. What are we doing here? Oh, it's just tune in some stuff. I can actually look at what I approved too. Oops. Oh, oh, my bad. Tricked my dogs, tricked my dogs. Should probably turn that off. Let's see, what did I accept? Pushing files. Okay, check release. The other one was a chore. Commit. Okay. Got it. Got it. Oh, asking for me again. No. I should definitely have a notification every time something's prompting for input. Create a notification. Mono and SSG. UI. When a session is prompting for an input for approval, we should create a notification in the desktop applications and in web to notify the user. Okay, we got that. And then add this to Sigma Shake workspace checks or platform parity. All right, add that. Next, what are we doing next?
Here's your monthly reminder that
Pause that.
you shouldn't be prompting coding agents anymore. You should be designing loops that prompt your agents. I don't know about y'all, but this memo didn't make it to me. Of course, I've seen loops before. Things like the Ralph loop really helped me think about how agents can do more over time, but it also massively increased the error rate of the changes that I was having my agents make. They were really cool, but they didn't seem that productive, and I found myself going back to the usual, which was asking the model to make a plan, reading the plan, saying, yeah, that looks good, go do this part, and then the next part, then the next part, then having another agent review it, then bringing the feedback back to the first agent, and just the usual looping of work. But I was the one running the loop. I was the one doing the hand holding and bringing things from part 1 to part 2 and making sure all of my agents had the context they needed to build well. And Pete, as always, is a bit ahead of the curve. I have been a huge fan of him since way before the OpenClaw chaos because he knew how to think about building with agents in a fundamentally different way that made him way more productive. I think of Pete as an experimental figure in many ways, where rather than being the role model we should all be copying, he's the person figuring out what the future looks like in a weird, jank, duct tape version now, and we can all learn from that and see where things...
I also realized I haven't done my recursive self-improvement loop in a while. So I'll probably run it when things stabilize. I think I don't want to keep adding changes over time until things stabilize. So we'll do that after.
Things are going. At least that's how I used to think about him, and honestly, I'll admit I still do in a lot of ways. But then I started building more with loops. I started getting my agents to prompt themselves. I started setting up systems where agents would review code, give feedback, adjust it, and then trigger re-reviews. I started building systems that would watch pull requests and watch existing issues on other repos to tell me when updates happen. I started using Hermes agent to bring context to me instead of to go out and find it for me. And I've accepted now that Pete's right. We should still be writing prompts, though. More importantly, I would argue now that the majority of your agent runs should probably not be running with prompts that you wrote. That is a crazy thing for me to say because it was one of those, like, I never thought I would see the day things. But now that I've explored it myself and I've shipped a lot of code using these types of loops, I have a lot of thoughts I want to share. But I have one other thing I want to share quickly first, which is today's sponsor.
Is that sponsor loop really this long? Oh no, he just talks about, all right, back here.
So this post by Pete is the one that started this new era of looping discourse. But this is not the tweet that got me to go try loops. It was this one. Here's a simple loop. Tell Codex to maintain your repos. Wake up every 5 minutes and direct work to threads. That makes it easy to parallelize and steer work as needed. He uses an orchestrator skill combined with his triaging and auto review and computer use skills, so some work can land autonomously. This helped a lot click for me. In particular, of your agent directing work to threads. I didn't realize Codex had a feature where a thread in Codex could spin up another thread in Codex. And now that I know it has that, I've been pushing it much harder. I want to contextualize this in a bit of a weird way. I'm going to reference the article Anthropic did about recursive self-improvement because they did a great job describing how our work has changed over time. Previously, a person would use a computer and they eventually would use that to build a chatbot or an AI model. Once we had the AI model, the person could use the computer to ask the chatbot questions and get outputs that they could then use in their code to make better software and eventually maybe make a better model too. But the loop was the person uses the computer, asks the chatbot a question, it gives a result to the person who then copy pastes it into their code and then asks another question. I know a lot of people use stuff like my chat service, T3 Chat, as a way to just do code, but they would bring it code questions and then copy paste the answers. It really kind of emphasized the whole like coding is just copy paste meme. Chatbots pushed it way further, but now we've gone far beyond that because copy pasting is not the best use of our time. So instead of copy pasting the result from the chatbot into our code base, we started to just use our IDEs, our terminals, and other tools to talk to the model and get it to edit the code directly. And that's where things have been for a while now. But then we had another big change with workflows and sub-agents. I know a lot of people haven't even made this move yet, and I was hesitant to do it myself. Obviously, tools like Claude Code and Cursor will do some amount of this to go explore and find things in your code base, but the idea of telling my agent to spin up 5 agents to go break up work was something I just wasn't that interested in, especially when I saw all the crazy shit people were doing, trying to create different personas and roles for all of those workers, where they had a skill that wrote down in markdown files, this is the adversarial reviewer, this is the security reviewer, this is the Grokker and Finder, this is the exploration agent.
Yeah. Initially, it was like when tools like Paperclip came out, where like you could create a company with agents, a bunch of agents would create more work and assign them to other agents. It just became crazy on token usage, and it just ate up your usage, and you could use it all within one day. And that's what that turned a lot of people off, because like, why would they use something that would just eat up all their tokens but not, produce good quality work that you curated yourself? And then, tokens became less inefficient, and eventually models like Fable came out and was able to just delegate efficiently to several workers at a time. And also, they create better prompts than us. The problem is, they don't know if the design and taste is good. That's the problem. But maybe they have with recursive self-improvement.
That made no fucking sense. And I would argue that still makes no fucking sense. The idea of predefined...
It makes sense because you have specialized... There was like... I forgot where it was, but it turned out if you use a specialized agent to work on a task compared to a general purpose agent, the specialized agent would work like 70+% more accurately than the other one.
Personas to go do things.
Maybe the personas was a waste. I do agree. The personas was a waste. Having a soul and stuff. Yeah, that was all a waste of context.
In your code base fundamentally misses the cool part of agents and AI as a whole. It's dynamic. The agent can build the context it needs and do the things it needs to without having everything pre-built and hard-coded ahead of time. Imagine a coding template for a project where every file's already created and you have to edit things in the existing files. It's stupid, and that's how I felt about most of the sub-agent stuff that people were doing. Workflows pushed me hard here, and the video I just recently published about the things I like about Claude Code goes a little more in depth there on the things I like about workflows.
Sorry, it's hard to
the
hear his
idea
voice.
of
His voice is a little like
constructing the method that they're going to use to tackle
what do you
the
call
problem
it? It's a little.
really enticing to me.
It makes
But
me
now
feel
we're
really
at the
annoyed
point
when I
of
listen to it
closing the loop,
sometimes
where
from
the
certain
model
parts of his
doesn't
video.
just pick and spin up what sub-agents it needs.
It's just his
It audits the work
voice,
it does, and
his
then
voice
sends the
tone.
result
So we're just gonna
back
like,
to run again.
we're just
and
going to
again
CC
and
it
again.
for now.
I am not at the fully
Sorry guys, I
autonomous
just need to like lower it because I feel I'm not know what I'm feeling, but I'm feeling a really big pressure,
the loop, and now the code is just happening.
like a really big pressure of like I can't listen to this guy, like I can't listen to it, but I need to keep listening to the video because there might be something that I'm missing. So don't mind me if lowering the volume.
by itself with no oversight. That is stupid. But I wanted a taste. I wanted to get an idea of how this could work so I could play with it myself and see what benefits exist.
Welcome to Sensory Issues 101. Yeah.
So I started to play a bit. I started to do stuff like this. I had Claude Code spin up a PR for a pretty big refactor. I used subagents a bunch to go address specific concerns and take over specific parts of the code base. I didn't even say how to break it up. I let Opus figure that out itself. Man, I miss Mythos right now. But one specific thing I did do was tell the agent to monitor the PR for comments, because I have a lot of awesome code review tools that are watching my PRs when they're filed and leaving feedback. And I moved away from copy pasting code out of chatbots and into my code base. And instead, I found myself copy pasting the comments that things like CodeRabbit, greptile, and Macroscope would leave and pasting those into the agent so that it would go address them. It wasn't great. So what I started doing instead, and this was the first step into heavier looping for me, and I would highly recommend you guys try the same because it's actually really cool. Once you have your setup in such a way where you have different work trees that are monitoring and working around specific pieces of work, where this code is in a directory that is specific to this PR, that means I don't care about this directory. It's not blocking other work. Once you have this broken out, in this case, I'm SSHing to another machine on my network that is running this code base that has this fork of this code base, this work tree for it.
Oh man, he's just creating a bigger, deeper and deeper hole with all these subagents working on all these Git work trees. So a Git work tree is pretty much a clone of your existing repo, and the agent will what do you call it? Work on that little fork or Git work tree of the state of the repo, so it doesn't conflict with like changing branches or merge, which will create to prevent creating merge conflicts. The problem with that is when you have a big project like a monorepo and you're cloning the whole code base, it just starts eating up so much storage on your actual disk. So unless you have like, I don't know, a few terabytes of disk space laying around, you could easily do this. And another problem is when you have 60 plus sub-agents spawning, which is usually caused by Mythos, or not Mythos, Fable models. But it makes sense that it would do that. You just imagine just going from like, 10% disk usage to like 90% disk usage in a matter of like an hour. That's when it gets crazy. I get what you mean. I've tried to watch a few of his videos and he gives off a Roblox scammer vibes. The way he talks at the camera, trust my method works. Look at it. It's working. Trust me, bro. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm very skeptical, extremely skeptical. Not just his video, but everybody's video. There's only a few people that I just like, I'm a little skeptical of or less skeptical of. I'm trying to think, who am I less skeptical of in my whole like YouTube watch history? Let's see. Just bad delivery. Okay, the part that I'm not skeptical are the Stanford Online videos. Usually. Stanford. Solo founders. Fall. Oh, the other one is the Acquired podcast. The Acquired podcast, I have a lot more, decent respect for, considering that they literally go through the whole history of the company to deliver a good story and podcast episodes. I haven't listened to any recently. I wonder if they have any new stuff. And Indie Dev Dan, that's a good one too. Indie Dev Dan. Sometimes Wes Ross. All right, do they have any new stuff? Nope, no new stuff. Indie Dev Dan. Oh, we didn't get to finish one because somebody said something and we didn't get to finish it. The AI economics of the AI supercycle. I don't think I got to finish. I didn't get to. We get economics. All right, we'll still continue watching though.
And then I told you, monitor the comments. Watch
the thing is, guys, I don't like the concept of waiting for comments. Maybe guys, I'm thinking we create a multiplayer brain of work, of thinking. Like we extract the thinking mechanism, because I did make it. I did create a way to capture thinking from Claude. And then we combine that into a ClickHouse database or graph database that could work real time, so that we can have multiplayer agents working on 3 different machines, all synced together in one brain. I want to create that. Add that to that. Add it to my list. Add it to my list of things to do. Let's see here. Schedule. Got the schedule. And we will add multiplayer brain. Coordinating 3 running Claude on 3 systems, all working together. They're concurrently. All right. Man, I wish I had Fable. God damn, I wish I had Fable right now. I know it would execute. And it'd create something super cool. Nisa said something. In general, if there's any local enthusiasts that are looking for a YouTube channel where models are compared, applies apples to apples, consider Luke Dev Lab. Okay. Local. I think we've seen him once, right? We've seen him once for the Quen videos. Yeah. He keeps doing the graphic cards thingies, comparing the two. Yeah, he keeps creating some videos comparing the models and stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Doing pretty great on the videos. I don't create good videos, guys. I don't create good videos. I admit defeat. Maybe if I work on my my transcripting, my what do you call it? My teleprompter project, I could probably do it. Maybe.
Wait for comments to come in, and when they come in, address them. And it did it. And it's been doing it now for like 6+ hours. It has made it.
He saves people all the time, compute, and they watch the video instead of just set it all up themselves. Makes sense.
A ton of improvements through this. And then I had a taste. And then I got really excited to play more. I wanted to push the limits of how much I could land without having to do the follow-up prompting myself. And I'll be honest, I still found myself hopping over the Codex and saying, hey, can you review this code? And then copy pasting the result of that review over. I played a little bit more there.
Let me focus on this one critical decision. The web notification surface and the page pending approval already exists. What should notify in the web? A system web notification, in-page banner only. What should notify in the web? System web notification. Let's use the web notification. And then desktop scope, Mac plus Win native notify already shipped. All right, no pending ask. Complete the web shell now. All right, sure. How should a web notification be enabled? Browser prompt only. Add an in dashboard toggle plus setting. Let's add that too. All right, add it customized. Customize it. Anything else on the Windows side of things that need my attention? Yep, it needed my attention. But the RTS thingy isn't updated yet, huh? Is it? Let's check. RTS. Is it updated? Nope, still working. Oh my god, still working, guys. Oh my god, I'm at 15% already. I was at 5% just like an hour or two ago. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys, we're gonna run out of usage.
When you're done,
it's okay. We'll have YouTube videos, I guess, to watch. But on a weekend, there's not much videos on a weekend. And welcome whoever came in.
With this command to get it to give
We're just
feedback,
critiquing some videos really quick, and then we'll move on to like other stuff.
and then address what it gives as feedback.
We will have to make AI slot music. Yeah, we could automate it. My excitement is like multiplayer Claude Brain. Multiplayer Claude Brain. We'll have to do that. We'll have to create the multiplayer Claude Brain design. Let me see that. We need a way. Actually, let's just create the prompt now, because we want to reach zero touch engineering level of autonomous work, and to do that, we need a good design. And as much as we would like to use GPT for the prompts, I don't think we could do that anymore. So I'm interested in creating a multiplayer coordination system to coordinate Claude Code usage on 3 different systems: the Mac OS, the Windows, and this Linux system. We already have SigmaShake org. All right, we need to play some better music, I guess. I can't hear anything. Oh, it's just like some ambient music. Oh my god. All right, that's better. Are you wanting to type in your Linux machine and have Claude make changes on your Windows or an Apple, or just to make sure? So I want it to be a multiplayer. So think of it like you and me, right? We're collaborating on a project. However, we want to make sure we don't like repeat each other's work, and it all needs to be all decisions and thinking while we're thinking. We all need to be able to like make decisions in real time as we're thinking and coding and using tools. So imagine, you know, you're an autonomous system. You want to have, you're working on 3 different computers at the same time, all using Claude Code, but you want to combine the thinking of Claude Code all into one place as it's working. So you want a multi-collab stream of context windows between your agent and someone else's? No. I want the thinking as each Claude instance on 3 different computers is thinking. They need to be like making decisions based on the thinking. Right now, we don't have any I have one built feature to listen and capture all the thinking done by Claude, but I want to combine that with 3 separate machines to make decisions based on thinking. It's as if every time Claude uses the MCP tool to use, what do you call it? Chrome, it somehow detects that there's 3 instances of Chrome running. Three MCP servers of Chrome is running. And then it begins using some random one for some reason. It uses, the Linux computer is using the MCP Chrome browser on the Windows machine. I think Carpathy kind of covers that use case. It's a board of tasks are picked up and moved from waiting to in a task. Yeah. The thing is, I don't want to fight against my harness. Maybe the harness is not built for it, but I would like it since we have hooks. We have hooks to say, like, as something's working, it just to say, oh, this particular tool should just stop right now because I'm doing it on this system, right? And like, I shouldn't even write this comment right now because this other system is doing something else that will conflict. So that way we create like the main thing would not only be preventing like merge conflicts, but preventing like same work being done. I don't think I've ever heard somebody do that. Everybody's talking about like storing your memories, storing your like, you know, all this other stuff. But thinking is a whole nother concept, like a whole game untouched by anybody right now. And I'm not really sure. Cloud Code, guys, Cloud Code. Thinking. Oh, why did I pause that music? Sorry. That's what Carpathy's board is. One agent that writes out the task is called waiting, and one instance picks it up. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that concept. I think you need 3 different thinking or more, n amount of thinking Claude coding agents, all be able to make decisions collaboratively together as a hive mind. I don't think it should be one person orchestrating. I think three is a one person thinking only happens at the beginning to make tasks. No, but all right, you and me are thinking independently right now. We're thinking independently. However, you could consolidate the thinking. I don't know. People have different ideas as another person's thinking all the time. But we'll see. I'm interested on what this comes out with. All right. On 3 different systems. We already have Sigma Shake or to connect plus SH. But each task, the agent thinks on its own throughout the task. Yeah. They all have 3 independent thinking. I get what you're saying. You're wanting like a brainstorm with multiple agents. Yeah, something like that. It's like you clone yourself, right? You clone yourself. Both have the same brain, but you both think 3 times more. 3 times more. And can orchestrate everything at n amounts of time. So if I have like 100 agents, we can have 100 thinking agents all doing the same thing. Go to a certain direction, save the unified path both seat. Yeah, because the thing is, like I'm on 3 different computers, right? They're all working on, you know, whatever it is the task there is, but there needs to be a way to unify it all. Select all to all these computers. The novel solution that I want you to create is the ability to combine all these 3 thinking Claude Code sessions or n amount of Claude Code sessions, and to make decisions and execute tasks Cloud Code. Cloud Code. Cloud Code. Isn't that Claude Teams is? Teams is just one person spawning up a bunch of agent sessions. We don't want that. But we could make it do that. How should I do this? The thing is, I'm not reinventing the wheel because we're on 3 different computers. We're on 3 different computers. Telling an agent to SSH into this computer and do that thing, it's not going to work. Because that's what orchestration service does already. The orchestration service installs a daemon, an actual process, onto each system and coordinates like commands and stuff to execute the publishing and deployment portions of it. But since it's not actually on the system itself, it can't enumerate everything that's on the system. If you were hosting a model, it'd be easy. You use an LM Studio on 3 PCs, connect them. You're wanting through all this API. No, the problem is the Claude Code session needs to be on the computer, like of each one, to be able to debug what's happening and issues on that particular machine. An example is I was using Sigma Shake orchestration to work on publishing and deployment, but it had a lot of issues and just straight up told me you need to be on the Windows machine, run this command, debug, and run a new Claude Code session to debug whatever's going on and then fix the issue. I don't pay for my AI. Yeah. The problem that I kept encountering as I'm developing on 3 different platforms is even though I had the SSH access and everything like that, it still required me to spawn a new Claude Code session on that system to fix whatever problem that needed to be fixed. So you don't have a single place or a single orchestrator. They're all going to communicate. That's the thing. We could create a centralized service where they could just, throw all their thoughts in there and search. It's mainly just a database where they could just keep searching for stuff. Like a unified memory on 3 different systems. No, I don't trust putting it on. It needs to be real time. They need to not write to files. They need to just update databases or figure out something really, really fast to make decisions. Not a multiplayer coordination system. Claude Code. Claude Code. Fast is going to be the hard part there. Yeah. We'll see. Critique this design and identify what we could do better. We need to work on development as fast as possible. Hello, whoever you are. You're new, you're on YouTube. Google owns 14% of Anthropic, so swapping around talent will be more frequent. Did that just come out of nowhere? Let's see. So if you don't give a single place, giving AI admin authority is a bad idea. It's possible. I'm creating MCP memory thing that could be used for all your agents. Yeah, I don't want a memory thing. I don't like memory anymore, guys. I really don't like memory. Think of it this way, guys. When you have a team of people playing soccer, right? You have a team of people playing soccer. There's a ball, right? There's only one ball. And the team of people are trying to kick the ball into the goal. But sometimes some people are better at handling the ball, is better, right? For certain parts of the interaction with the ball. And so they kick it to the other guy. In this case, it'd be kicking it to another, active coding agent at the same time. There's sort of all agents can access it independently. Yeah, I still don't like that either, because like it's not. It needs to be a person connected to 3 things at the same time, not reading a file type of thing. We'll see. Possible for the Sigma Shake platform to work autonomously. Hello, thank you for subscribing. Autonomously to reach zero touch engineering. All right. Let's see what it creates there. We're only designing, right? We're only designing to see if it's a good idea or not, if there's nothing out there. But I see things with memory. I don't really like it. I see things with brains and stuff. I don't really like that either, because they don't have the thinking implemented. They only have it after the fact. I don't care after the fact. It's already too late. when somebody makes a mistake, like you don't tell them, oh, better luck. You tell them, oh, better luck next time. You won't make the mistake again, right? But we need to make sure, as you're thinking, before you even make the decision, that's a good idea. I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious what it'll come up with. We're having a whole team of people working on this. Well, we're making it pretty broad. We'll see what it comes up with. All right. Terminal update. What do I get with this terminal update? And then the pricing. We've upped the pricing. Deployment held. All right. Deploy now. Oops. Let's see. The current problem with memory is most of the systems lack separation of knowledge, law, preference, opinion, observation, truth. True. And another problem with memory is that it's so static and you have to wait to write it. And it's loaded in the context. It's loaded in the context at the beginning of every prompt. I still think memory should not be in Markdown file. That's my opinion. I think memory should be like a database similar to ClickHouse, where it has several avenues of information and knowledge, and then you could do joined queries within each table of each specialized application, instead of a single file, because I don't believe memory could be a file. When also OpenAIs are trained to be a yes man, I kind of agree, but to a point. User wiki can be a markdown with a YAML, but knowledge needs to be a DB of some sort. Yeah, I suggest you check out ClickHouse. ClickHouse is a 10-year-old technology made in C++. It's pretty much a giant SQL database that you're able to join like a normal database, but operate at like nanoseconds to milliseconds query speed for joined queries. I've never encountered it before until I went with an interview with a company that uses it, and it was amazing. You got like several terabytes of data being queried in less than a second. That was really cool. And that's why I sort of think that type of technology, column-based value store or whatever it's called, or search, is the way to go. Like, right, let me, some of the technologies I'm sort of interested in you implementing is something similar to ClickHouse and graph-based database like Neo4j. All right. These are reference technologies. You don't have to use them. I just want us to avoid using a standard database or markdown files. You could use specialized protocols like, what's that? gRPC? gRPC. And we're on Golang anyway, so we use the protocol gRPC. If you don't know what gRPC is, it's like HTTP2, but crafted in a way that uses proto buffers. And think of it like a basic, HTTP payload, like TCP payload, except it could maintain a connection on both sides while sending like a fraction of the data, like WebSockets. So it's like a WebSockets combined with HTTP. I don't know. Wait, I said that wrong. I definitely said that wrong. How do I explain this better, guys? Let's Google it. Explain gRPC. Explain it like I'm 5. It lets computers talk to each other super fast, even if they live far apart and speak different computer languages. Yeah, so it's a language agnostic framework protocol. The magic walkie-talkie, the remote control. Usually a program can only play with toys inside its own computer box. With gRPC, a program on your computer can press a button and instantly run a program on a completely different computer across the world. It feels as fast and easy as if a program were right inside your own toy box. The secret blueprint, the rulebook. Before computers start talking, they write down a strict list of rules in a file. This rulebook says exactly what questions can be asked and exactly what questions can be answered or allowed. I explained it like it was 5. Because of this rulebook, a computer speaking Python can perfectly understand a computer speaking in Java without confusing mistakes. The secret tiny codes, the speed boost. Most computers talk by sending big, heavy boxes of text that take a long time to unpack. gRPC squishes everything into a tiny, secret binary codes, zeros and ones, before sending it over to the network. It also uses super fast highway called HTTP2 to shoot those tiny codes back and forth like a laser beam. If you know how the software engineers actually use this, let me know. All right. So I just explained to you what gRPC is. And the other technology is, tell me about ClickHouse on why it's so good for managing databases and data files and rich objects. And explain it to me like I'm 5. Alright. Imagine your data is a giant room filled with billions of colorful Lego blocks. If you use a regular database, it stacks the blocks in tall towers by color. If you ask how many yellow blocks are in the whole room, you have to climb up and down every single tower to count them. It takes a very long time. ClickHouse is like a superhero database. Instead of making all tall towers, it lays out the blocks in the same color out in a long straight row on the floor instead of stacked up. When you ask for the yellow blocks, ClickHouse only looks only at the yellow row. It ignores everything else and counts them instantly. Here's why ClickHouse is so good at its job. Column storage. It groups identical types of data all together. Smart skipping. It skips over information you didn't ask for. Teamwork. It uses all the power of your computer at the same time. How it handles files and rich objects. File muncher. It can read text files, spreadsheets, and data logs directly without breaking a sweat. JSON master. It treats complex, messy data objects like simple Lego instructions, organizing them so that they are easy to read. And then data shrinker. It squishes huge files down into tiny spaces so your computer doesn't run out of room. If you want to see how ClickHouse can help you, let me know. All right? It's good for log files, shopping data, website clicks. How much data do you have? Gigabytes, terabytes? What questions do you need? All right. That explains that. And then last part is tell me about the Neo4j database and tell me why it's good. Explain to me like I'm 5. All right. All right. Imagine your data is a giant Lego bricks connected by long strings. Neo4j is a special computer notebook. It's amazing at keeping track of how those pieces connect to each other. What is Neo4j? It's a graph database. Normal databases use boring tables and lists like an Excel spreadsheet. Neo4j uses dots and lines like a giant spider web. How it works: nodes, the dots. These are things. Oh, these are things like you and your mom or your dog. Your mom. Relationships, the lines. These are connections. Is married to or plays with. Why is it so good? Super fast. It follows the lines instantly to find answers. Smart connections. It understands how everyone is linked together. Great at searching. It can find a hidden connection in millions of pieces of data in 1 second. A simple example. Imagine you want to know if your friend's cousin's friend has a toy robot. Friend's cousin's friend. All right. A normal database has to look through every single toy list in the world. Neo4j just follows a string from you to your friend, to your cousin, to your friend, to the robot. If you want to explore, okay. So combining all these technologies and combining thinking, we could create something really cool. All right. Let's see what it says. All right. Let's see, where's our gap? Resident reasoning on paper. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to skip. First standing agent team trigger. All right, I don't know what that is. That's the mono skill working, doing its job. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll here. It's really bad. I made a prompt task open code. Let's see what it does. Oh, it says 12 billion. Yeah, I don't like the 1220 billion. It's okay, but good luck. All right, the brain loop, iteration 30. Brain on this box is the only thing actually thinking. Peer Mac, peer win loops. Okay. So the multiplayer there is nominally wired and functionality dead. It isn't transport problem, it's the exact problem you described, and it's the precise shape. It's free, so you can't complain yet. Phase 1, grounded shape. What the estate already has versus what's missing. Critical finding, 90% of distributed Claude Code coordination system already exists. Yes. The thing you keep hitting is, I still have the spawn a session on that box. It's the one component, not a missing system. All right. So I'm able to already get, connections to each machine. I'm really interested in critiquing the proposed time. Combine 3 thinking Claude Code sessions to make decisions and execute. Has 6 structural problems. Several are confirmed by your own running infrastructure. Combined thinking is the wrong primitive. Each 3 Claude sessions share no context window. Reasoning cannot be merged. That you can share to substrate task queue. Hello. Hello. Here in the master. Hello. Welcome. Should already have an RSI. The missing piece is the executor, not the brain merge. Chasing fuse the brain sends you building one thing you don't need. SSH is the wrong execution tool. You already abandoned it for builds. Orc, Pierce, Sign, Tailscale, HTTP, daemons. Daemons? Never SSH box Claude -B. Your pain exists because the resident daemon is build only It knows 3 fixed scripts, 6 remediation verbs, and has no arbitrary tags. Alright. Great. Great. Alright. Fix. Give daemon an agent runner endpoint. Script a stage on top with regression to cold stateless model. Speed up cost trap. Combine 3. But your Claude MD bans parallel reasoning. Multi-agent. Okay, my Claude is banning parallel reasoning. Multi-agent validation. Loops to conserve tokens. Oh, it does it to conserve tokens. The 3-way consensus is slow. Plus 3 to experience. Keep decisions path in one planner. The only place sound per second earns some tokens. It is the read-only verification analyst, which your team pattern already encodes. You don't want every box always thinking. All right. The cost shape is already visible. All right. Event driven. The value is capability routing, which orc only half does. Orc routes platform identity. You need routing by capability state. Needs Xcode notarization plus live app connections. The scheduler, not platform switch. The autonomy with no trigger source is an autonomy. RSI loop is human attended loop. Zero touch requires machine triggers. Deserves not SSQA finding found on that. Pit stop, off air transitioned, subscribing. All right. Better architecture. Don't merge brains. Add a governed agent runner. You already. All right. I also want to combine all approval into one single thing. All right. What's it gonna give me? Split brain. 2 boxes claim the same fix. Duplicates. Planner is the soul. All right. All right. Let's figure out what it does. All right. How should remote Claude work actually run on its peers? Add a governed agent runner endpoint to the existing org daemons. Reuses tail scale. All the other stuff. Peers become warm. Stateful agent. Most work. Highest payoff. Fixes cold spawn permanently. All right. Decision authority. Yeah, we'll make it this system. Or maybe we turn this into a product. Who knows? I mean, for now, let's just make it work for me. Autonomy triggers. What should fire without you in the loop? Observe. SK finding. QA. Everything. No machine triggers it. You dispatch tasks manually. No, just, you do everything. All right. Remote agent authority. What may an unintended remote agent do? RSA auto approver currently forbids read write push entirely. Full autonomy. Push the main. Full autonomy. Like I'm sort of want to delegate, like having to publish 3 different times, coordinate fixes, coordinate all that stuff, but I should just do it from one machine. Desktop installer downloads are currently paywalled. That contradicts this. Free to download. What should happen? Set download and redeploy download. So desktop installers are free again. Completes the free to download. Safe direction. No auto updater breakage recommended unless your parallel desktop work intends to keep the CD gated. Keep gated. Leave installers gated. Leave desktop installers paywalled on CN. Free to download, then applies to CLI. Not the direct. Choose if your parallel Mac Windows depends on the gate. Flip free to download. Keep gated. Yeah, let's keep it gated. Or not. This is Usually, okay, let's see, what do we need here? Free to download then applies to only, not direct CDN installer. Yeah, flip to free. Alright, redeploying billing to display 5 charge. Right. Yes. Is the environment pointed to a live fire price yet? Oh, net. Deploy stripe everywhere. Points. Hinted, hold the stripe. Motivating Russ, accept. Yes, let's just set it. Never an issue with it. Okay. What's up? All right. Folding your coordination. Two phases, decision locked. All right. The data layer for the coordination fabric, I'll keep it out of the standard markdown. All right. Embedded Kuzu and DuckDB. Graph state is Kuzu. Event stream, DuckDB, and OLAP. Server in progress, language. TypeScript run bindings, PSU load negligible. Server grade. Literal. Let's do a small one first. Data layer for coordination fabric. Let's just keep it really cheap. RPC, keep HMAC builds, yeah. Alright. We'll keep the cheap stuff. Alright. How's the chatting, everybody? How's the chatting? Okay. Open router, Discord, memeing. Alright, issue, okay. Okay. Alright. How's the deployments, guys? How's my deployments? So download gate desktop is currently on. Paywalling all desktop installer downloads. 1 extra free to download. Flip off, deploy. Sure. Sync pricing and listing free, right? Sync all that. All right. So we submitted. We set the subscription pricing to $5, and we're in business. What am I using for our database? Who? Are you talking to me, or somebody else? Yes. I mainly use SQLite for everything. It's the most stable. But the thing that it just suggested just now, I've never heard of. I have heard of DuckDB, but I've never heard of Kuzu before. So that's new to me. Use Superbase. Yeah, I'm not a fan of using a SaaS hosted database. I'm not a fan. I only say that because I just rely on something stable and local, and I don't have a bajillion users, so I'm fine sticking with a cheap database that could be stored in Cloudflare Workers, which is the native database. They call it R2. No, D1. They call it D1. For some reason, they call SQLite databases D1 in Cloudflare Workers, but it's practically. I tried using a custom database to do everything and deploy it in Cloudflare Workers. It didn't work, so I just use the native database that Cloudflare Workers support, And so I don't have to worry about something breaking. It's stable, it's cheap, it's practically free. But you guys both use Supabase. You both use Supabase. Yeah, you guys been advertised. You guys just been advertised. Every is made for AI. Supabase is made. Yeah, they trained it. Yes. You're told by AI to use Supabase. That's an ad, guys. You're literally. Oh man, this is why I feel bad for all the vibe coders. Is because they've been advertised to use a particular product, and that's exactly what Supabase has paid OpenAI to do. You've been advertised. You've been brainwashed. That's why I feel bad. I feel bad for the people that are using vibe coding without any knowledge. You do the same in their position. Yeah, I'm technically doing the same right now. Like I asked it to do like a little coordination system. It gave me something else instead. It gave me something completely different instead. Who would pay OpenAI to advertise? Would you pay OpenAI? I can't. I can't, guys. I cannot pay. Guys, you've seen my expenses. We're 2,000 in the hole. We're 2,000 in the hole. We can't keep digging further and further. It's like trying to buy a stock and thinking that'll go up. If you had the money, possibly. But the product needs to be really good for me to advertise first, you know? Stable. I mean, why wouldn't you? You'd put aside morals and ethics, yeah. You know, I think it recommended Kuzu because it's probably not only open source, Neo4j you have to pay for. Oh my gosh. I was referenced an old database, guys. Oh my gosh. It's old. It's old and archived. Oh my gosh. We need a pivot. We need to pivot. It literally just gave me an old database. I think you have to pay. You have to pay. The Kuzu graph database is an archive project. Is there anything that has similar functionality, or we should just create our own? What do you think? Spooky AI kind of bit them in the arse too hard. Create your own. Yeah, I'm debating whether to create my own at this point. I've done it for everything else. Billing, Stripe, can't deploy. It's Wrangler references a secret store. Appeal, internal token prod that never created. By ban appeal. Remove the dangling. You create the secret. Oh, this is the appeal prod token. Remove the dangling fallback. What, guys, when it says when it gives you a prompt, and it tells you if it's I or you. Sometimes I think the I is referencing the me and I get confused. But when it says you, it means to me, like actually me. So sometimes I get confused. I've been thinking about it, making a model and putting it on Hugging Face. Good luck. Sounds expensive. Sounds expensive. Alright, did my Mac... Oh wait, my Mac finished, right? Finished uploading. We checked on it. What's it do? Paste uploaded block into a live ASC description. Sure. Sure. Might as well. Alright, is Windows done? Windows has been working for a while now. Nope, it's not done. It's not done. Nukuzu is dead. How should we store the coordination graph? You could use DuckDB for both graph and for SQL? No way. DuckDB graph database. Oh my god. You could do graph databases. Holy moly. Alright, use it for both. Man, DuckDB really is the best. Also, you're not wrong, Laura Sharma. I went through my Comfy UI phase. What's the free DB you're using? DuckDB. Ranked alternatives if you want a dedicated engine, CodeXDB. I'll just use GraphDB for everything, might as well, right? GraphDB is, or DuckDB is free for everything. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh man, and it has a live demo. How cool is that? Oh man, you're able to query it. Yeah, DuckDB is literally super fast. I just hope it's not poisoned supply chain. My gosh. I hope nothing goes wrong with DuckDB. It's 1:16. Let me take out the dogs. Alright, we are back. You let the dogs out. Let's see here. Pricing. It didn't need my attention. Why is it still blinking? It's still blinking. Something broken. Hello, everyone. You know what? Since I'm here, might as well just play a video. No, not the loops. Maybe this one? I'm not going to be gone for that long. I just need my dogs to play around for a bit. I need my dogs to play around for a bit. No good videos, huh? No good videos? Let's go to... I guess we got the open source people here. Open source people, let's play the open source stuff. Let's turn up the volume.
Of AI, and I don't want to waste your time, so
And let's turn off the music.
Starting with the story that pretty much rocked the AI world this week. For the first time ever, the U.S. government forced a publicly released commercial AI model off of the market. Anthropic had to shut down Mythos 5 and Fable 5 for every user on Earth. And in last week's news video, I spent a good chunk of the video talking about how much I loved this model. But unfortunately, we only got it for less than a week. On Friday evening, June 12th, it was gone. So here's what happened. The US government basically said you need to suspend all access to Fable 5 and Mythos 5 to any foreign national, whether inside or outside the United States, including foreign national Anthropic employees. Now that's a nearly impossible task. They really had no way of shutting it down for everybody but American citizens. So the net effect, they must abruptly disable Fable 5 and Mythos 5 for all customers to ensure compliance. Now, Anthropic claimed it was over a very minor vulnerability and went on to talk about all of the ways they were sort of securing Anthropic so that it shouldn't be an issue. Now, in my opinion, Anthropic kind of brought this upon themselves. Back in April, when they first announced Mythos, they pretty much restricted it for everybody because it was just too powerful to release openly. They literally claimed that it could wreak havoc in the wrong hands. The White House also claims they'd heard Amadei liken the dangers of Anthropic's technology to a nuclear bomb. So they literally spent months talking about how dangerous and how scary this model is. And then last week, just days before any of this happened, Dario published this essay literally arguing that the government should be able to block or reverse a model's release, like FAA style. Frontier AI models, like airplanes, should be required to go through technical testing and auditing, and the release should be blocked or reversed as a threat to public safety if they do not meet high standards of safety. In the same essay, he said, "We now globally and collectively need to activate a slow and rickety policy apparatus to deal with risks and opportunities that are going to compound surprisingly quickly from here." And well, the government did exactly what he was claiming the government should do in his essay. And now the loudest advocate for AI regulation is frustrated that it's getting regulated. According to David Sachs here on X, a highly credible, trusted partner of both Anthropic and the US government who was testing Fable came forward with a jailbreak of the guardrails. The admin asked Dario to fix the jailbreak or de-deploy the model, and Dario refused. Of course, in the blog post where Dario announced they were shutting down Fable, he did claim that the jailbreak isn't that serious. Now, according to David Sachs here, the admin issued the export control, but they did it reluctantly. He goes on to say, "It's frankly bewildering that Anthropic hasn't wanted to comply with safety requests that it previously said were its highest priority." And also, as a random side note that's like super fascinating about this whole thing, is that the whistleblower, you know, the trusted partner that went to the US government, turns out that it was Amazon CEO Andy Jassy. Jassy was among the tech leaders who raised concerns to senior Trump administration officials this week about security risks and Anthropic's most advanced models. What makes this so interesting is that Amazon is one of Anthropic's biggest investors and vendors. And that's what makes it so bizarre, is it doesn't seem to be in Amazon's benefit for this to actually get shut down, because Amazon has so much invested in Anthropic. Now, my take on this is kind of that it's less about security and more about like the government and Anthropic butting heads. Like you get the real impression that the US government just does not like Anthropic. According to this article on Political, the crux of the issue was the lack of seriousness that Anthropic was applying to it. Had Anthropic taken it seriously and rather than dismissing it as isolated, moved to fix or pause access, this would have never happened. Combine that with the drama of the US government deeming Anthropic a supply chain risk, Pete Hegseth sort of talking crap about Dario on Twitter, all of this kind of stuff makes it really evident to me that the US government just doesn't like Anthropic. Anthropic stands so heavily on their principles, and when Anthropic actually dismissed this as like a no big deal vulnerability, the US government went, fine, shut it all down. You're not taking us seriously. But again, the fact still stands that Dario did spend months saying that this is really, really scary. It could wreak havoc in the wrong hands, and that this stuff absolutely needs to be regulated. Like, he spent a lot of time saying that kind of stuff. Now, cybersecurity defenders are trying to come to the rescue, and a bunch of them all signed this petition here to bring back these models, basically saying you're taking the best safeguard we have against cybersecurity issues away from us. Going on to say to pull the best capabilities away from defenders without a good reason when our adversaries are rapidly advancing is dangerous. They also claim that these Mythos class models are not uniquely good at these tasks. They do say they are quite good at finding flaws and weaponizing exploits, but they're not uniquely good at this. Basically meaning the other models can do this stuff too, and they're still out there. Now, there is a very good chance we'll be getting these models back pretty soon. I don't know how accurate this article is here, but according to Korea Jung-Ang Daily, Anthropic's confident of re-enabling Mythos Fable 5 access in the coming days. Now, I think one of the bigger picture issues here is more about the precedent, right? Anthropic is worth almost $1 trillion. The last valuation had it at 965 billion. If you're an investor in one of these AI companies, it makes it extremely scary that the government can basically say, shut this off, and you just have to do it overnight. Now, personally, I have very mixed feelings about this whole drama between Anthropic and the US government, because again, on one hand, Anthropic was essentially begging the government to do this to them. On the other hand, I really liked the Fable model. It was really good at coding up apps quickly with just like one shot. If you watch my last week's news video, we made some really cool stuff with it. At the end of the day, we don't know exactly what went on behind the scenes with the government and Anthropic. So almost everything we're hearing is just sort of speculation. And
welcome to Costco. I love you.
Hey Nova, what's up? What's up? How's it going?
Labs,
I haven't seen you in a while. I know my dogs are barking. I guess I'll be back again. I'll be back again, guys.
Fable is starting to roll back out again. Another cool AI product I want to show you is from Box. If you're not familiar with them, Box is an intelligent content management platform that helps companies use AI to unlock information and insights hidden inside your content. And this is becoming a much bigger challenge than most people realize. Like, I run both my YouTube business and the Future Tools site and newsletter, and even at that scale, I'm dealing with files spread across different folders and formats and tools and systems. Now imagine that problem across an entire business. Box's latest State of AI in the Enterprise report found that 96% of organizations recognize that AI agents need access to company-specific content, but only 36% have actually connected those agents to trusted content across their business. So the bottleneck isn't really the AI models anymore, it's getting the right information to them. That's where Box comes in. Box's AI features like Box Extract, Box Agent, and Box Automate help transform all that scattered content into structured, usable knowledge that can be searched, analyzed,
don't let me forget my food, guys. It's still heating.
By both people
it's still heating. I need to set a timer. I know I'll forget.
Don't want to bet everything on a single AI provider. Box is model agnostic, supporting models from
3
providers
minutes.
like OpenAI, Anthropic, and
3
Google.
minutes.
Their research found that 68%
How's it going, everybody?
are concerned about
Hope you're all doing well.
lock-in. So this flexibility is
Hope you're doing
huge
well.
for businesses, and I personally like the option of jumping between models when I'm
the heck?
building with AI too.
Oh my God, I made you see a whole ad. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. My bad. My bad, guys. Oh, wait. Or is that just part of the whole thing? Is that part of the thing? Oh, it's just part of the thing. Whew.
I can see
That's
this
close.
being especially valuable
That's
in
close.
industries like financial services,
That was an ad.
insurance, healthcare, government, and media, where massive amounts of content need to be accessed securely and intelligently. Now, if you want to learn more about Box AI, click the link in the description below. And thanks so much to Box for supporting my channel.
Oh, goddamn. It was an ad. It was an ad. Go ahead.
sponsoring this portion of today's video.
Sorry, guys.
Another brand new model this week. Actually happens to be
I don't watch this guy often, so I don't know if he posts ads.
Source model, and people are saying it's really good. The company ZAI just dropped GLM 5.2. It's their new open weight flagship model that's built specifically for long horizon coding and agentic tasks. The model has a 1 million token context window, putting it pretty much on par with all of the Frontier Lab models, and it's got an MIT open source license. So theoretically, you could download it and fine tune it and do whatever you want with it. Now, according to Hugging Face here, it's a 753 billion parameter model. So I mean,
I'm not in the open weights. I'm not in open weights. I'm just waiting for my food. I'm just waiting for my food. I'd rather listen to Stanford. Oh, and
today we're going to talk about the data center.
Let's just put that guy on the blacklist, guys. We'll put this guy on the blacklist. Unsubscribe and not listen to him anymore. Let's see, make sure, let me see. Does he have any other videos? No. All right. Okay.
That you guys are melting. The big theme of all of this is really this chart. This is the CapEx spend by the 5 hyperscalers on AI. And as you can tell, this is going top into the right, and it's going top into the right fast. To put this in context, this is one of the biggest investments that we are making. This is bigger than space, bigger than our highway system, the Manhattan Project, second only to the US defense budget. And I'm so excited that we're going to break it down today with Chase Lockmiller, founder and CEO of Crusoe, who is arguably building it
the
best that we know.
I was so close to getting into Crusoe. So close. Oh my God. Be right back. Get my food. Get my food.
No. A quick introduction for Chase before we bring him on stage. Chase is obviously the founder and CEO of Crusoe, as you guys know. Less known fact and fun fact about Chase I learned very recently is that Chase is a very avid mountaineer. 5 out of the 7 summits across the world, including Everest. And Crusoe is designed with mountaineering in mind. There's a plan A, there's a plan B, and then there's a plan C to the plan B. Chase, thank you so much for doing it with us. Please join us.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
So Chase, tell us a little bit about what is this data center economy we're in the middle of?
This is extra special for me. You know, I went to grad school here at Stanford, so it's fun being on the other side of the table, being back on campus. So appreciate you guys taking an interest in what I'm working on now here at Crusoe. But you know, I think, you know, in certain ways, like the data center itself is like this physical manifestation of this boom that we're seeing in AI adoption. You know, it's the physical infrastructure that's required to power the GPUs, to operate the GPUs, to run these big compute workloads that are training new models, that are fine-tuning models, that are operating large-scale inference workloads to serve tokens to consumers. And everybody that raised their hand today saying that they use Gemini ChatGPT or Claude today. So, you know, the data center is the physical infrastructure component that really enables all of this technology to proliferate and change people's lives.
I just realized they got the actual CEO of Crusoe in here. Man, I was so close to getting into this company. It was just one interview left. One interview left. It was a coding interview, guys. It was a coding interview. And I missed one thing, guys. I missed one thing, and I was rejected the job at the very last step, guys. Very last step. So close, man. So close.
Amazing. Now, there's a lot of different components that go into the data center, Chase. You know, we've heard a thing or two about compute. We've heard a thing or two about memory and power and interconnects and labor. And help us put into context all the different things that go into it. How should we contextualize it? When we have our hyperscalers spend $650 billion building these data centers, where does that go? And how much of that is going to you?
It's a good question. When I really think about like this infrastructure of intelligence, and really, you know, the starting point that I start off with is like, what does it take to produce AI? Like, you know, everybody's all obsessed about AI.
Guys, this guy has a decade in high frequency trading. A decade. He created a company that focused on crypto mining. Crypto mining. He was in the crypto mining. He was in the crypto mining boom, and he knew exactly what for trading so much, you know, stock and high frequency trading. He knew that everybody to create AI, we needed data centers. Crazy the insight on this guy. Right, go on in.
AI, it's like, what is it actually, what's required to make AI? And I sort of, you know, have this like basic equation, right? You know, which is AI is the combination of data, algorithms, so backpropagation, neural networks, you know, transformer architectures, all these different algorithms that people have come up with to essentially statistically model, you know, the data sets, compute, large amounts of compute, and particularly this high performance computing infrastructure through GPUs, where you're able to parallelize a lot of the workloads and do a lot of this tensor math in a high performance architecture, energy that's required to run those GPUs, and then data centers, the physical buildings that house and operate all of this computing infrastructure. So what actually costs money? Well, you know, data, sure, it costs money. I mean, you have to buy data. It's like opened up this new opportunity for a lot of data labeling companies, folks like Scale AI, folks like Mercor,
yeah.
You know, even Handshake has sort of has sort of bridged into this. It's created a big opportunity for people to make money by producing data that's useful for AI. The algorithms, right? That sort of sits in a lot of the labs that are, you know, inventing new mechanisms, and, you know, recursive learning techniques is a new trend, and, you know, a lot of the different architectures that people are using to make better use of the data. But the compute energy and data centers, that's really what Crusoe focuses on, is like, how do we actually build, operate, scale, and make the best use of all of this infrastructure? And it tends to be actually the area where a lot of the money's being made. So, or where a lot of the money's being spent, sorry, that CapEx chart that you showed.
Right.
So what I would say is, like, you know, the name of my presentation I came up with was, you know, from electrons to tokens. So why are tokens actually valuable? And given this is in the econ department?
Engineering.
Oh, it's in engineering. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Some of you have taken economics.
Of course, yeah.
There's sort of like this economics model for production called the Cobb-Douglas model. So, like, if you look at like the growth in GDP, the growth in GDP is fundamentally the sum of like three key components: the change in labor, the change in capital. So, like, you know, and this capital sort of includes both like physical capital, like buildings and plants and equipment, as well as like capital that's invested into an economy. And then the change in technology. And, you know, technology basically makes labor more productive, right? I think is sort of a good way of framing this. So why are tokens so valuable? And why is this like a step change? Why is everybody sort of making these huge investments, this CapEx chart that, you know, Apoorv showed? The reason for that is that for the first time in history, what we're able to do is we're able to actually create this sense of digital labor, right? When you give an agent a task, when you give your Claude bot a task of going to doing something, it, you know, go create, you know, a CRM for my new product that I just launched. That is literally digital labor that's being represented, and or that's being brought into the world. And, you know, historically, labor is this thing that you could really only change via the birth rate, right? And it's got a 20-year lead time, right? It's a massive incubation period, right? You got to send them to schools and feed them and house them and, you know, whatever, like all this stuff. I have 3 kids, you know, it takes a long time to sort of change delta L naturally. But for the first time in history, what we're able to do is actually change this delta L digitally through.
I want to say it's not the first time in history, guys. It's called the script. The script automated so much stuff, guys. That's why we have web servers, websites. clicking a button, it does something, you know? But yeah, I do know what he means. I do know what he means.
Sort of the investment in buying data centers and buying GPUs and really accelerating the growth in the economy by actually accelerating the growth in digital labor force. So, you know, that's kind of like the premise I want to get across here initially is that, you know, the reason these investments are taking place and the reason it's so broad-based is that there's an opportunity to completely transform the economy by really accelerating the growth in GDP and fundamentally up-leveling and improving people's quality of life by just seeing an unprecedented level of growth. So, you know, I said Crusoe sort of sits at like a couple of different layers of the stack. Crusoe as a business is a vertically integrated AI infrastructure business. So we really try to, you know, because this is a new category of infrastructure, we've really taken the approach that we want to sort of be able to unblock anything that really gets in our way of standing up this infrastructure of intelligence that's going to power the accelerating growth in GDP for the economy. So we sort of think about it in like two phases. One is like the bottom layers of the stack, which are basically energy development. So these data centers require lots and lots of energy. And, you know, we're very thoughtful about taking this energy first approach in terms of going to areas that have access to abundant, low-cost energy resources. You know, the next piece is really the data center piece, which is the actual physical buildings, which includes the, you know, the building, the plant around it, all of the chillers. Because when you think about it, like from its most basic standpoint, a data center is a building that has power and cooling, right? And you can plug in computers, right? That's pretty much what it is. And when you're doing it at very, very large scale, it becomes very, very complex and actually draws in, you know, the pinnacle of engineering and sort of like the, from across every single ecosystem from, you know, chemical engineering and cooling architectures and mechanical engineering and electrical engineering dealing.
This interrupting him for a bit. I want to say this spot right here, Crusoe, the company that they're creating, when China copies it, we're screwed, guys. The US is screwed. When China copies this whole data center architecture and how it's set up, and they're like, okay, we created the data center in like 2 days. Now what? Then they just create the algorithms, and then they have a powerful AI. I think that's why the US is so scared right now, because China could build buildings and hospitals in days, less than weeks, not even weeks, in days. So the fact that we're against, you know, the whole, you know, hive mind of China, we could potentially lose this race because of this company right here, because of this guy and CoreWeave and all the other companies building data centers, like what do you call it? What's that thing called? There's that other company that also works on data centers. But once China copies that formula, guys, we're screwed. They did it for cars, electric cars already, right? They made it 10 times cheaper, or like 3 times cheaper, to be fair. They are able to make buildings and hospitals really quickly. Like, as soon as they get a grasp on these data center capabilities, yeah, we're screwed, guys. US is completely screwed. So we're just, for now, this whole AI hype, this AI bubble thingy that we're in, we're just trying to make as much money as possible and make China as poor as possible. That's the plan, guys. That's the plan.
With these high voltage, you know, power sources and like very high density capacities, you know, and then also the computer science and the electrical engineering involved in the chip architectures and how compute gets run, how data gets transferred. It really is the amalgamation and consolidation of like every form of engineering in like one giant building that operates intelligence for the world. So it's a cool and
I want to say the one advantage that China has is the government could just tell all the companies to work together and beat somebody, and they'll do it. China is more like the citizens of China. They don't have any loyalty to the company that they're working for. Their loyalty is to like a mission. Get everybody working together immediately on the problem to solve the issue, and then you could disperse back to your own life, whatever. Crazy. We don't live like that, guys. In the United States, we have all these rights and bureaucracy and levels. In China, everybody just individualism. Yes, individualism. China, they don't have that. So if they need something done, they'll get it done as a team, as a collective citizen for China, as a Chinese citizen. Everyone is one. And so they were just trained that way. And so that's why when it comes to this race, we might lose. We might lose, guys.
Engineering problem.
Yeah. On this, Chase, tell us a little about, we hear the bottleneck in AI being compute 4 years ago to power. Memory stocks are ripping right now, labor, then there's all these other components, land, powered shell, etc., maybe even regulation. Give us an overview of, for the time that you've been doing this, which is just under a decade, that seems to shift. How has that traversed over time? Where is it today? And where do you see it going? What is the core bottleneck that is gating the growth of this?
Like today, the core bottleneck is like powered, like energized data centers, right? Like,
yeah, that's true. That's true. 250 years.
Powered shells where you can plug in chips and start operating a big GPU compute cluster. That today is the bottleneck, but the bottleneck moves around a lot, right? Sometimes it's getting power to those data centers. Sometimes it's individual components that go into building the data centers, electrical equipment, switchgear, chillers, power gen, chips. Chips is kind of softened as the bottleneck. I think access to chips has become more available. It's really finding places where you can put those chips and turn them on. So that's part of the reason that Crusoe has taken this vertically integrated approach, is that bottlenecks move around, and being vertically integrated means you can do almost anything across the stack.
Yeah, they're high speed, everything, their buildings. The problem is everybody's so cheap, there's no toilet paper anywhere. There's no toilet paper in China, guys. People just take it from each other. It's weird. And then the sanitization system, really bad. Really bad. Everybody gets sick all the time.
We're not in the chip business. That's like, we're not in the chip business. We're not in the model business.
Right.
But apart from that, we sort of tackle, most challenges throughout the entire ecosystem.
Right. Now, maybe just to follow up on that, Chase, you started Crusoe with the core insight
of
Crusoe, Robinson Crusoe, with the insight.
I think I was there practically 10 years. It's been a decade since I've been to check it out, at least.
That energy was one of the most scarce resources, at least in the Western world. And tell us a little about maybe pick a site, maybe pick Abilene or one of the others that you can talk about. Why did you start there? What was the scarce resource that you were
slightly, just
for?
A little bit.
And why work backwards from energy?
I'm not.
Why not from?
I'm not a real Chinese person. Nope.
From compute or memory or as you said, powered shell.
Well, I guess our insight was that the markets are reasonably efficient, right? When you sort of look at things, and I think when
being
there was
born in
this
China,
steady state
being born Chinese, being born in China, and speaking Chinese, that's a real Chinese person.
Data center capacity.
If you're just Chinese by blood alone, a fraction of it, it's not Chinese. Nope. No, I don't speak it. Nope.
As sort of the Web 2.0 bubble, or not bubble, but Web 2.0 trend unfolded, and web applications were increasingly growing, and people were more online. It became sort of this machine that was standing up new data centers, and they were happening in these big hubs, right? Markets like Northern Virginia come to mind as areas that run a large portion of the internet. I never wanted to be like a me too, I'm the next data center developer in Northern Virginia.
No more personal questions. No more personal questions.
That didn't seem like an appealing way to
no more about me.
Market and really make a
Can't answer those anymore.
We said, look, there's going to be these new types of computing applications that are far different from serving web applications. Things like artificial intelligence, training large workloads and backpropagation. Things like digital currencies that require tremendous amount of computing power for proof of work, consensus mechanisms. Those require tons of energy, and at scale, energy becomes the bottleneck. So we said, can we find areas that aren't historical data center markets and go there and build data centers where we can, instead of having to move the energy, we're actually moving data. So, you know, we could actually co-locate in these areas. So, you know, giving an example here, and, you know, we'll talk about the top two layers of the stack, both the deployment of GPU clusters as well as how to actually monetize that and serve intelligence with managed services. Okay, so we're gonna talk about the bottom two layers of the stack here. So one first manifestation of that was what you see in this photo here. So this is a site that we've been working on since it started in June 2024, where we signed the first two buildings on the right-hand side of the screen. You see, this is at this point one of the largest AI computing campuses in the world. I think it might be the largest. Our insight here is that in Abilene, Texas, many folks had never heard of until we put a shovel in the ground in Abilene. So why do we go to Abilene? Abilene is this area of West Texas that is consistently very windy and very sunny. And so a lot of renewable energy developers had gone there to build out large-scale renewable energy production because they were incentivized by something called production tax credits, where they basically get paid by the government to produce clean electrons. And they have to sell them to someone, independent of sort of the price. And what that resulted in was actually an overinvestment in renewable generation infrastructure in this West Texas market. And power prices were actually negative, right? Because there was no marginal buyer for this power, and there wasn't enough transmission to get the power to somewhere where it actually was useful. So we said, great, have we got a power-hungry application for you? So we ended up, you know, working with the city of Abilene. If you look at sort of the top there, there's this this gray square, and then below that, like a bigger gray square. So those are both substations. The top one is a 200 megawatt substation. The second larger one is a 1 gigawatt substation. To put those numbers into context, you know, like a gigawatt, that gigawatt substation, first of all, that's the largest privately owned substation in the United States. You know, a gigawatt is, you know, I grew up.
You should have never said that. You should have never said that. First target, Texas, Abilene. Oh my gosh. Then we don't have any intelligence. And we're screwed.
Up in Denver, a gigawatt is basically what powers the whole city of Denver, right? So it's like basically a city of Denver size worth of power to power computers. It is a very large amount of...
Guys, threat actors like to target supply chains, especially power companies, nuclear reactors. They're going to target that company. They just put a big giant mark on their back. They have to improve security on both physical and cyber just to keep that place up and running. And they know the weakness, so once they take out power, there's literally no data center. Bam, that easy to take out a whole data center, guys. I was asked this in an interview for Crusoe. How would you take down the data center? Just the power, guys. You just take out the power. You just unplug. It's very simple. You unplug the computer, guys. You unplug the computer.
Power in one single location, and we were able to access it fundamentally because there was sort of this abundant low-cost energy in this market that was actually having issues getting out, you know, having transmission to get out of that market. Created a massive opportunity for us to go in there and sort of build large-scale, cutting-edge AI infrastructure.
Couple of follow-ups here, Chase. Who is this tenant for? Could you tell us, is this ChatGPT? Is this Claude? Yep. Is this Gemini?
So the tenant of the if you look at this campus, there's 8 buildings. So this is building 1, building 2. That is the substation I was just referring to. And then you have building 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 up there. So those first 8 buildings are all for Oracle and OpenAI. So it's basically what was known as Project Stargate, sort of this first big project. So in order to help support this, we also built down here a natural gas power plant. So this is roughly a 350 megawatt natural gas power plant to support the development and energize this giant.
Guys, I think this project's gonna fail. It has no nuclear power plant. It has no nuclear fusion like technology facility anywhere near this thing. These guys are screwed, guys. Waste of money, waste of tax dollars, guys. Waste of tax dollars. This isn't gonna look good, guys. This is the bubble.
Computing cluster. It was also designed to operate as one coherent cluster, which means that all of the chips across all of the data centers were interconnected on the same high-performance back-end network to be able to operate as one coherent workload. So you could run one training job that runs on all of the chips on the entire data, on all the data centers together, which is really, really unique architecture. To give you a sense of scale, because it's hard to see from a photo, like we had to build this parking lot over here. Like that parking lot is like it's a 5,000 car parking lot. And you can see it's totally full because we have roughly 9,000 people on site every single day that are working to bring this campus to life. There is an expansion planned to the south of the campus. You can kind of see some of the dirt there. That is for Microsoft. So the campus is 2.1 gigawatts in aggregate. So again, 2 Denver's worth of power to power all of this AI compute infrastructure that's going in here.
9,000 people, Chase. What is the population of Abilene? 9,000?
No, although there's another campus I'm going to show you that our on-site staff is larger than the population of the town.
Fascinating. This is the Manhattan Project.
The population of Abilene is 120,000. So we're able to source a lot of people initially from Abilene, but over time we had to actually create a lot of these labor and retention incentives to get people that would move there to basically work as short-term construction workers. Over time in the long term, there is like a steady job population that's operating these large computing clusters and power plants that are operating the infrastructure. That staff is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2,000 people, just to kind of put it in context. But it still becomes a very, very large job creator in this local economy where the whole population is roughly 120,000 people.
Go ahead.
No, please.
While the audience is primarily engineering, the class is the economics of AI.
Right.
So walk us through the metaphorical spend of $100. So if he had $100 or X dollars of spend, what is the distribution of it across the different layers?
Yeah.
Or maybe you were coming to it.
I'm going to come to it. We're going to start with just
this presentation is really good, guys. This video is really good. Very educational, guys. I assume everybody's paying attention. But if you're ever thinking about investments or where you put your money and where your money is going involving AI, this is the video to pay attention to.
Initially the power plant and the data center side, and then we'll go to the compute clusters, and then we'll talk about, okay, these are tens of billions of dollars that are being invested in this. How is anybody making any money? Like, where does the return happen? So we'll get to that kind of, as I progress through the slides. But the initial slide that Apoorv showed was this huge CapEx spend, right? And Crusoe, a lot of those companies are Crusoe customers, right? We help serve all those customers when they're building out these big CapEx investments, and we help them build out this infrastructure of intelligence layer. With that comes, I think there's a bunch of different components that go into this.
Well, getting into this, I heard that transformers are the worst, like that we're lacking of the most. So it's an example. Oh, they're just an example. 1.mm/W. I don't know what that is. But we don't have any transformers, guys. And this whole thing is upside down. For some reason, I thought it was in a different language. No. This text, guys, this image was generated by ChatGPT. Look at that. What is this, guys? What is this? What's this text right here? It's sort of like working here and then not working here. Man, this whole thing is AI. This whole image is AI. Look, even the text is all off here and there. But Blue Owl, okay, maybe this is real or not. But yeah, this image, not accurate.
But electrical equipment is a huge component of this, right? So think of, if you look at there's like over here, there's these small buildings with white roofs on them. Those are called power distribution centers. they take power from the high voltage or from the substation, which comes in at a medium voltage, 34.5 kV, so 34,500 volts. And then it distributes it to that lineup. You see this where it says transformers. There are transformers that line it 5K from the substation, which comes in at a
yeah. Even this.
There are transformers that line the entire left side of the building and then the entire right side of the building. And what it's doing is distributing power to those transformers so it can step the power down from 34.5 kV to 480 or 415. Now, so that's like a big...
For a person that's, you know, several billions of dollars worth, and the company is all going to this. Yeah. This is public facing. Anybody make a comment on it? Let's see. 2027. Slide. I've commented on some videos before. They just delete comments, guys.
Piece of like CapEx. It's a piece of equipment, right? That we're sort of investing in. It's going into building out the building. You also have
such a bad look.
All sorts of different cooling equipment, all of the mechanical equipment. Think of, you have this lineup of chillers. They kind of look like RAM, but they're not. So those are all air-cooled chillers, which is basically these wound pieces of copper pipe where you have this giant chilled water loop in the data center that's recirculating water. And it basically goes from cool water on the inlet side. It goes into the rack of GPUs, and there's a thermal transfer event from the GPU that's being energized and producing a lot of heat. There's a thermal transfer event from the chip to the water, and then the water goes out through these chillers. You basically are blowing a bunch of air over these wound copper coils to exhaust the heat out of the system, so the water temperature steps back down and you have cold water to then cool the GPUs again. So again, that's another big investment.
Be done right because it's public facing. Yeah, it's Stanford of all places, right? All the money, all the smart kids go here.
All of the plumbing that goes into this is really, really substantial.
Yeah.
So we have a ton of plumbers and pipe fitters on site that are welding these big plumbing systems together. Each building has about 1 million gallons of water in the building to cool these chips. But again, it's recirculating. So I think there's this ongoing narrative that like AI is like taking all the water. We use like zero water. We fill this system one time, and then on an annual basis, we use about the same amount of water as a single family home. So it's a very limited water consumption usage, which is...
What? A single family home doesn't take that much water. Oh my God. We gotta see that. We gotta see that. Mark it on the list. Verify how much water they use in Crusoe. Let me see. Let's add it before we forget. How much water use Crusoe data center? One month ago.
Crusoe's designed a non-consumptive water cooling system for our data centers, meaning we fill it once and then there's no evaporation. There's no continuous refill required for the water system to cool the chips inside the data center. It's a closed loop design that's actually air cooled. What this means is that in communities where water is a scarce resource or water is a concern, we offer something that should be very compelling by not really consuming much water at all. Beyond the first fill, which is on the order of a small number of houses worth of water for 1 year, there is no ongoing water consumption for the cooling of the data center, and the water consumption is really much more like any other commercial building, bathrooms, sinks, these kinds of applications.
Huh. I would believe this. Rip human race. Rest in peace, human race, guys. Rest in peace. I'm gonna drop a pic in Discord. Should I do it in the stream chat? Yeah, go ahead.
It's important in a market like Abilene in West Texas where water is actually quite scarce. So you see kind of the costs here, and I've normalized them on a per megawatt basis. But things like power distribution centers, the UPS system, which is a battery system, uninterruptible power supply. You need this to kind of smooth out the power as it gets distributed from the substation into the actual chip. Other alternative, battery systems that we're sort of experimenting with. Cooling distribution units. These actually go in the data center itself, and they basically take the water in from, the chilled water pipe, and they distribute it to the individual racks of GPUs. So, and then of course you have a lot of these core components that go into this. There was nothing here before. There's a ton of steel. There's a ton of concrete. We have our own batch plant on site. So we're actually making concrete on site with people pouring concrete 24/7. All of the site work, all of the labor that really goes into making this happen. It's tons of people, tons of man hours. And then on the power infrastructure side, we highlighted two things here. One is the gas power plant, which I showed you in the previous slide. You see a little snapshot of it down here on the bottom.
Tax and accounting precision you can count on. 2 + 2 = 5. The math may surprise you, the results won't. Oh my. That's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious.
And then for
6 fingers. 6 fingers. That's good.
Some of the infrastructure we have diesel generators. So you can kind of see these 3 gray roofed buildings that are sort of in the middle there. Those are backing up power for the core network. So the way we've really thought about this problem is that not everything needs 100% 5 nines of reliability, full backup, but the core storage and networking systems.
Everything needs 5
so that
nines.
in the event of a full grid outage, in the event of a disaster scenario, we'll still be able to access, the storage systems. If there's a checkpoint that, we need to reference and sort of move a workload to a new location, we can do that. So anyway, it's a lot of money that goes into this. And I wanted to give you sort of a breakout of like the full power plant plus like building costs. And I want to highlight something for you guys because, I showed that really big parking lot, that 5,000 car parking lot. Well, the bottom piece here is labor, right? So this is 4.7 million
humans
dollars per megawatt, right? So that ends up being, for a gigawatt or for, 100 megawatts, for a gigawatt, that becomes $4.7 billion. So this is literally money that's, being invested in people to do jobs, right? It's like literally
temporarily.
It's a blue collar
temporarily
labor force that we're investing in to basically bring this infrastructure. Like it's people working construction, it's people on site that are building these things. And so it's a very, very substantial number when you sort of look at it in the scheme.
And that's an annual number. So
so when you ask me about bottlenecks, this is a bottleneck. We don't have enough of these tradespeople. We don't have enough electricians. We don't have enough welders. We don't have enough plumbers. We don't have enough construction workers. Because this is one project, there's many of these that are now cropping up. And there's actually a huge competition for labor. And so at Crusoe, we're trying to reinvent how we think about bringing a lot of this infrastructure to life to be able to navigate some of these really critical labor challenges. So, if you look at soft costs, what does that include? That's things like insurance. That's things like financing costs. Like we borrow money with a construction loan, and then we have to service the debt for that construction loan. That's things like siting and all of the different work we're doing with commissioning. The next piece is the gas plant. And again,
crazy part is China's correct electrical grid has infrastructure built already made for data centers. Yeah, and they can handle it. Yep. China doesn't lack any of the things that we're lacking right now.
$3 million per megawatt. I think what's important to realize about the gas plant is that those costs
They're literally just working from the old GPUs and stolen GPUs.
have gone up a lot. There's a small set of gas turbine manufacturers. You basically have GE Vernova, Siemens, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Pratt & Whitney, Caterpillar has a company called Solar. But a lot of these companies have been limited in the amount that they've actually expanded production capacity. And so what's happened in a moment where everybody's trying to bring on new gas generation infrastructure to power their AI, compute clusters, well, guess what? Prices have gone up a lot. So a gas turbine that used to cost $1 million a megawatt now costs $3 million a megawatt. So
they're going to catch up with chip tech too.
Yep. And that's why you've seen.
They probably already got spies to exfiltrate all the designs and architectures and equipment needed.
I don't know how many people follow the stock market, but if you look at the stock price of GE Vernova, it's been good to be a shareholder of GE Vernova. So anyway, that's like another piece of the stack. The tenant fit out, this is all the stuff that's in the actual data hall. So these are things like remote power panels, the hot aisle containment systems, the fan walls, the cooling distribution units, all of the stuff that you need in the actual data hall where the GPUs go to actually energize and power the GPUs. The electrical equipment, again, this touches all the different pieces from high voltage to low voltage. This is things like, power transformers, power distribution
They're building
centers,
their own fat
medium
machine.
voltage switchgear, low voltage switchgear.
Only the Nordic company manufacturers.
Think of your electrical panel in your home that if the lights go out, you go down and you flip a few breakers.
Yeah.
It's like that, but at the scale of a city, like all in a giant electrical room.
TSMC.
The mechanical equipment. So all of the equipment from, the chillers and all of the plumbing, all of the air handling units and the fan walls that sort of cool this stuff and have
like the data centers are the simple part. They're the simple part. Not TSMC? I thought it was.
Mechanical systems involved. And then of course the materials.
They sell it
steel,
to TSMC.
Cement, all of the different components that go into, sort of making one of these large buildings.
Starts with an A. I don't remember.
Happen. So anyway, that's kind of what the full stack looks like.
Couple of quick questions here, Chase. Where are the GPUs?
Oh, that's on the next phase.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll get to that.
So this is roughly $20 billion per gigawatt. And assuming a gigawatt took a year to come online, you would be paying $4.5 or $5 billion in salaries for labor per year.
That's for the construction period. This is like capitalized labor.
Right.
So this is like
not OpEx, CapEx.
Yeah. This is not OpEx.
Great.
I'll
ASML, yeah. ASML, that's the company. Yep. They're copying that company.
Like another.
Great. And then one final question: is this number total $20 million per megawatt or 20 billion per gigawatt going down over time or going up over time? Because obviously some components
it's going up because there's so much demand. So things like, gas generation infrastructure. Guess what? Prices have gone up. Things like labor. If you're an electrician, like your price has gone up because there's so much demand for your time.
Great.
So all these things you're seeing price inflation to varying degrees.
Asianometry. Hey, new channel. All right, nice. I'm obsessed with it too. Thank you. Has he posted a video in a while? 22 hours ago. Miracle Rice. All right, let's add that.
In each category
Man
of
is in
this
fire.
infrastructure. So I wanted to show another cool project that we're doing, just to say like
Thank
how
you.
we're taking this
New content.
energy first approach. And to your comment around how many people. So today I think we have 3,500 people at this site. It's in a town called Claude, Texas, which is like a
Watching Farmit video about
hilariously
chips.
poetic. We didn't name the town, but Claude
That's
is a town of
us.
1,500 people, right? We have 3,500 people working on this project, right? It happens to be close enough to Amarillo that we're able to tap into the, a lot of the working population in Amarillo. You can see it's an area that's very rich in renewables. It's one of the best places in the US to build wind because it's so consistently windy. So you can see that on-site wind farm that we have there in the top of the screen there. where there's a very large wind farm that's producing power that directly feeds into the data centers. We're able to firm up the power with something, we call this across the meter. So basically the meter's the interconnection point into the grid. And you have sort of behind the meter, which is sort of like power that's on site. But what we're doing is what I call across the meter, which is we have on-site generation through wind. There's a plan to build solar, batteries, and gas. So
I
all of
heard.
the above energy solutions.
It's literally just lasers, ultraviolet
what we
lasers.
Don't need, guess what? We can
Or
sell
a new type
into the
of
grid,
layer,
create an energy
a new
abundance that
bandwidth
drops
of light,
the cost for all
a
local
custom light
ratepayers.
laser.
And when we actually need power, because we need to
Like,
firm up the power, because we're either doing maintenance on some of the generators,
crazy.
or the wind's not blowing and the sun's not shining.
It's like a
we need to firm up
frequency
the
of
power,
light.
We can draw power from the grid. So it becomes this very mutually beneficial relationship of us investing in the power infrastructure and then leveraging the large distribution, transmission, and other generators across the grid. So it's a very cool project. I can't speak about who the customer is, but it is a very big customer for this location. You asked about the GPUs. Great
To think
segue.
us
All right, who's
little
making
monkeys,
money in this
yeah.
guy? If you didn't know already, it's got a building right over here. When we think about the IT capex per megawatt, remember I just showed you this is for the whole data center, and the power plant was roughly, call it, 20 million a megawatt, or, rounding up. When you look at the IT capex, this is
we're able to get the space, right?
compute infrastructure that's going into the building. It's roughly 40 million per megawatt, right? And this is kind of like forward looking. This is sort of next gen stuff. 30 million of that is going to the GPUs, right? That's why you always look so happy. It's always smiling, Jensen. And then where does the rest go? 4 million roughly to the networking, right? These are very complex networking systems, especially when you're thinking about the investment of
I think science, we were able to beat religion with science. Now, we are able to become God with technology.
Connecting these GPUs together as one giant coherent cluster. When you look at the latest generations of GPUs, right here is the GB300 or GB200, I'm not sure, but what NVIDIA has come out with there is actually a full rack design, right? Which means that all of the GPUs, there's 72 GPUs in that rack, they're all interconnected on the same NVLink domain. So you can kind of see the back copper plane there on the right side. They're all interconnected on this high performance back-end networking domain, which enables
I wish I could experience it.
AI researchers to do incredibly high performance.
Everybody wishes they experienced the possibilities of space exploration and the next life of technology and AI God. Well, there's a good side and a bad side to it. Yep.
Performance tasks and enables a lot of incredible use cases to be able to share data across.
If you think about it, guys, all of our information is being trained by the AI God. All of our everything that we say, everything that we do, everything that we write, chat, pictures, text messages, videos, that's all going to be consumed by the AI God or goddess.
The NVLink domain. But then you have to interconnect those racks together through sort of another high performance backend network, typically InfiniBand or sometimes RoCE, which is RDMA over connected Ethernet. So that's where that 4 million per megawatt of spend is, that green bar of networking. The next thing is CPUs and storage, right? What's amazing, what we've been seeing recently is actually
people in the year 2400 would probably be they'll think of us like monkeys.
Actually a massive shortage of CPUs. Why is that? With the boom in all of these agentic workflows, with the boom in Claude, guess what? You need a lot of CPUs to actually orchestrate those compute.
More like Black Mirror.
So
no, I think in the future there is no human left. It's literally just maybe synths, synthetic humans, or fully robots.
You're seeing a lot of demand from everybody in the ecosystem to bring online a lot more CPUs. So about 3 million a megawatt for CPUs and storage. And then there's a bunch of in the room capex, which I think I might be double counting there, but a lot of that TFO that I sort of.
No, it's just they'll just outlive us. That's all. They'll outlive us.
Referred to earlier. It's roughly 3 million a megawatt. And then you have about 1 million in sort of labor, deployments, shipping, et cetera. But you get to this roughly number of about 40 million per megawatt. Yeah, go ahead.
One question here.
Yeah, I think like we'll be able to create an AI brain, right? That could think, portable, bake that into a robotic body, you know, or human body. Heck, they could probably just replace the human brain with a synthetic brain and live forever.
You know, Jensen did a podcast yesterday with Dorkesh where he looked not so happy. Lots of debate around compute being a commodity, yes or no. Is this number going down over time? Is compute a commodity? What are you seeing in prices?
It's tough to say. I mean, it's hard to say over how things look over the near term, medium term, and long term. And you know, it's possible that both are right. Where it's like, I think, and it depends on the use case too, right? Like we see, like if you look at older compute, it's going to commoditize as you
like the
look
H100s
further back, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think one of the things that's absolutely not a commodity is scale, right? So if you do anything at really, really big scale, it's super hard to replicate and it's super hard to, you know, repeat. There's always going to be a cutting edge. So any of the newest stuff is always going to command a premium. And that's like been the history of the IT industry. So, you know, we'll see how it kind of plays out. But I do think that folks, you know, look, capitalism is a powerful force. The invisible hand of capitalism is, you know, a very powerful force. So I do think that over time, you know, margins do probably come down to like more standard stabilized silicon margins, call it like, I don't know, 60% gross.
I don't know, man. The investors would want their money back. They put all this money in, you know, they want something out of it.
Margin, which, you know, today NVIDIA is commanding like 80% gross margin, something like that. So, you know, I don't know. Competition's powerful.
Yeah. Perfect.
So I think it's important to understand, like, you make this huge investment, right? We're talking initially, call it 20 million a megawatt for the data center and the power plant, and another 40 million a megawatt, you know, to stand up this compute cluster. You've just spent 60 million per megawatt, right? So you build a gigawatt cluster, you just spent $60 billion, right? How are you going to make money, right? Like, what's the pot of gold at
My Oshi-san dropping how many billions? Yeah.
the end of the rainbow?
So many.
People are buying this infrastructure to support all of these AI applications, to serve tokens to customers. And, you know, I think the reason I wanted to show this chart is actually, and this is a Bloomberg chart of basically the H100 spot pricing. And, you know, I think there's this question of how valuable is all this equipment and what timeline do you depreciate it over, right? What's the useful life of it?
Like the graphic cards die so quickly that they're probably just going to keep needing to replace them over and over and over. And I don't think the, you know, ASML, TSMC is able to produce fast enough. You know, we'll run out of GPUs.
All this equipment. And I think people said, you know, the next generation is going to come out and then, you know, this stuff's going to be completely useless. Well, this chart tells the exact opposite story, which is that for H100s that initially debuted in
buy them from
about
China
3 years ago,
Yeah.
the pricing had come down, but with these boom that we're seeing in demand coming from agents, the price of H100s has actually come up and actually exceeded the price that folks were paying when these chips first came out. And that's like something we're experiencing firsthand on the ground in our Crusoe Cloud business.
That's the reason tangible outcome of this, Chase, you know, right now, most public companies depreciate their compute over 5 years. Does this imply
6 is the standard?
Does this imply it goes longer than 6?
Offshoring our manufacturing.
I don't know. You know, it's like my honest answer. It's like, we're going to use compute so long as it's valuable to us or to someone else. So long as like we can, and part of our strategy has been building services that abstract away the layers of compute. So you don't know if you're using an A100, an H100, you know, an MI300, nor should you care. What you care about is the actual service that you're getting from that. Just like when you log into Zoom or Google Meets or Teams, you're not thinking about like, wait, is this like an Intel Ice Lake CPU or is this like an AMD? You know, it's like you don't care what the chip is that's running that. You care about the service that you're getting and the fact that you're able to log into this video chat and be able to hear and speak to the other person on the other side.
Makes sense.
So, we think the application scaling is really going to like abstract away a lot of the core, infrastructure. And, I think we'll see how valuable stuff is over the course of time, but I think it's probably longer. And then this is a similar chart that's semi-analysis, who many of you are probably familiar with, published, and this is for Blackwells, right? So we kind of see the pricing for Blackwells following a very, very similar trend with the sort of this agent breakthrough in end of year. So when we look at this as like a holistic picture, right? We're bringing it all together. We have the data center, we have the power plant, and we have the chips. The upfront CapEx you're looking at is close to 60 million per megawatt, right? Again, I think I double counted something in there. This is the first time I'm going through these slides. So, but it's roughly 60 million per megawatt. And then when you look at the ongoing OpEx of this plant, it's roughly, it's a little over 1 million per megawatt. It's actually pretty limited OpEx. And this is for things like your power, your insurance, some of your labor on site that's like repairing and replacing cables and GPUs that fail and, a number of other things. But, call it like $1 to $2 million per megawatt. So what is your revenue? If you're just renting out those chips, and I was using that chart before to show you like, rough pricing that you could rent an H100 for, what is your revenue per megawatt? It's roughly 15 million per megawatt, right? So, you're making this upfront capital investment of 60 million a megawatt. You're getting 15 million a megawatt in annualized revenue for just renting access to the infrastructure. Now, how does this become a good business? I think a lot of it comes down to how do you measure the depreciation of all the different bars that make up these CapEx numbers? And I think that's the critical question analysts on Wall Street are asking is like, how long is this building going to be valuable for? How long is this chip going to be valuable for? How long is this, power plant going to be valuable for? Like, what's the right depreciation curve? So, but you're looking at, from this, call it a 4-year payback period for, this huge investment.
On a revenue basis. And what are the rough?
Well, this is what I'm saying. You have the OpEx, stripping out the OpEx, whatever.
Great.
But then there's other labor that's not included here, which is like all the engineering workforce, et cetera. So there's more OpEx than this. That's not, again, this was put together this afternoon.
Makes sense. Roughly 4 years, yeah.
Yep. But what's another way to actually improve the value that you're actually delivering to customers? Again, I sort of spoke about this vertically integrated strategy that Crusoe has. When we deploy chips, one product that we offer is sort of, that managed compute cluster, right? For the engineer or developer that really wants to manage the infrastructure themselves, manage the compute nodes, run a big training workload, interact with, individual virtual machines, or a large managed Kubernetes cluster of compute.
Oh my gosh, Kubernetes, what a waste.
Folks that actually just want to interact with the model, right? If you're actually hosting a model, again, the title of this slide deck is from electrons to tokens, right? So how do you get to tokens? And where's the value uplift that you get from that? When you add in sort of this managed services layer where you're actually serving the model, you're hosting a model and actually providing an endpoint for a customer to basically, hit that API endpoint and actually serve those ChatGPT or, those Anthropic queries that everybody's sort of, sending on their phones or laptops, you end up improving the margins quite a bit, adding, call it another 15, it's anywhere from like, 5 to 15 million per megawatt. So you end up with like, in a very optimistic case, call it $30 or 30 million per megawatt per year. So you end up with a 2-year payback. That's a dramatically better outcome.
Makes sense. Perfect. If you have no other slides, I might roll you through a couple of questions that the class had and then open it up for questions.
So,
Go ahead. Did you have more?
It's fine. This is just some pictures of some deployments that we had that I was just kind of showing Blackwells and whatnot. And I'll talk about the inference scaling and where we actually, to try to bring down those labor costs, Crusoe actually designed something we call Crusoe Spark, which is our modular, self-contained modular AI data center that we manufacture in these centralized locations where we can bring down the labor costs and we can actually bring down the infrastructure costs quite a bit. It's like, call it, 30 to 50% savings depending on, overall costs. So like that 19 million a megawatt, we can actually bring down pretty dramatically.
And what's the capacity in terms of size? Is this like gigawatt, a couple megawatt, or?
So each unit for our air-cooled architecture is 500 kilowatts.
Got it. So about.
And this is the air-cooled design. And I have a video here actually of them deployed in the field. I don't know if this is going to work, but no. But okay, well, doesn't matter. And then we have a liquid cool version that's 2 megawatts. But you can deploy them in fleets, right? Which actually opens up a lot of net new power opportunities, which is a pretty neat solution.
Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. Well, in the interest of time, I can't think of a better person to ask the question I'm about to ask you. You have seen probably every layer of the stack, from chips to power to gas to labor to networking. If you had to pick a layer of the stack, and in particular a company, and in particular a stock, what would you go long, what would you go short, and why? I hope everybody's taking notes.
What would I go long, what would I go short?
I will call you in a year from now.
Yeah.
See how that did.
Man, that's tough.
Other than Crusoe, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm turbo long Crusoe, but I do think that it's, oftentimes getting these things right is difficult when you look at like the time horizon. I do think that, my bear case is actually, there's that huge investment that I showed across the electrical stack. There's so many components that go into the electrical stack, because what you're doing is you're taking power from this high voltage substation that maybe power is being at 345 kV. So, there's this new line that's going in Texas that's 765. So, it's very, very high voltage power that then goes through this transformation process where you're stepping it down to medium voltage, you're stepping it down to low voltage, you're distributing it, it's tons of cable, tons of stuff. I think the data center is fundamentally going to drive a lot of innovations in the whole electrical stack and leverage a lot of, solid state electronics and solid state transformers and power electronics. And I think it puts in jeopardy a lot of these companies that fundamentally have not innovated that much in like the last 100 years. So, this is like Eaton, Schneider, a number of other companies, which I think will, and the reason I say it's very difficult to put a timeline on this is that those companies, I think, will do very well in the near term.
They're on a critical path right now.
They're going to do super well in the near term.
Yeah.
And like, they're big partners of mine, so I hate saying that I'm negative on them.
Right.
But over the long term, if they don't innovate, I think that whole piece of the stack is going to dramatically come down in cost because of innovators that are building out this next version of the electrical stack.
Right.
And there's going to be huge shifts to like 900 volt DC and all these different aspects.
So that's an opportunity for the electrical engineers in the room.
The electrical engineers in the room, absolutely. I think it's a huge opportunity. Power electronics, like how do you get power from 765 kV to like 900 volt DC in the rack? I think like innovating on that problem is like a super huge opportunity for people.
Okay. Any picks on the long side? But if not, I have another question for you.
I mean, I'm like bullish so many things. Maybe some other thing on the short side. I do think that open source is winning. Not open source is winning, but open source will do well and take more from sort of the closed source model players. Yeah,
fascinating. Elon, space data centers.
Yes.
Bullish, bearish, real, fantasy.
All right, this is what we want to know, guys.
Data centers in space. So I'm like, actually, I'm very interested in this. And, at Crusoe, we've established a partnership actually with another player in this ecosystem called StarCloud.
Right.
That's actually launched the first H100s into space. There's a lot of things to like about it, right? I just walked you through this whole stack of areas that I'm spending billions of dollars, right? All the concrete foundation, guess what? You don't need that in space. All the permitting, all the approvals you need on the power side, guess what? You don't need any of that in space. A lot of the core networking pieces, what I didn't get into is like the millions and millions of strands of fiber that go into one of these data centers and all of the, technicians that you have to plug all this stuff in. Guess what? In space, you use optics for everything. So everything is basically optically interconnected, and that's all like very interesting. It's also very hard. I think the thermal management piece is very challenging, and I also think the ongoing operations piece is very challenging. So like in these data centers, when you're operating these big, large scale, interconnected compute clusters, things fail, right? GPUs fail. They have to be reseated in their compute tray. Sometimes they have to be R-made and sent back to the vendor. Like, guess what? You're not sending an astronaut into space to like take a chip and send it back to Jensen, right? That just isn't going to happen. Right. So you're going to have like a natural deprecation that will like create challenging economics. And then, I mean, a lot of it rides on like, does Starship fundamentally,
cost of payload?
Yeah. Does payload cost come down by 2 orders of magnitude? I don't know. I mean, he has a better idea than I do on that. My philosophy on this is probably not material in the next 5 years and probably not material for 10 years. But I think over a longer period of time, I think data centers in space are going to play a major role in sort of the future of intelligent infrastructure.
In a couple of weeks, the SpaceX S1 is going to be available for everybody here to read. And so we'll see what its time estimate is. We know your time estimate.
Next year or something.
Next year. That's right. That's right. And final question, you're a Stanford alum. If you were here right now, what advice would you have for students who are making decisions about what to study, where to focus, and no tougher time than now to make the decision?
I kind of have this philosophy that like, it's not like, like the exact things you learn in school, like kind of don't matter that much. It's like, I don't want to like be disparaging to that or whatever, but like, they're important, but it's more like this process of learning. And like, in my experience, it is like, like one of our core philosophies, one of our core values at Crusoe, you talked about one earlier, which is thinking like a mountaineer. One of our other core values at Crusoe is actually living on the infinite growth loop, right? This notion that nobody's a finished product. Everybody's a work in progress. If you can get better, if you can learn more, if you have that tenacity to know how to improve yourself every single day, over time, you get this exponential compounding, which is like really the most valuable asset that any of us can have. So really it's about like investing in the process of hard work, of grit, of grinding, and then actually leveraging a lot of the tools because, I don't know what the world's going to look like 5 years from now with like the mass adoption and utilization of AI where, we all have the workforce of 1 million people at our fingertips, right? It's fundamentally going to change work. It's going to change the way everybody, operates. So again, I would focus less on the what, and I would focus more on the how, and leveraging of AI tools to like run and live your life. I think is the advice I'd give to students.
Awesome, Chase. Thank you so much for doing this.
Oh, that was actually good. I expected. I was a little skeptical, but still a little skeptical. Still a little skeptical. Man, so much, guys, so much. All right, man. I just ate a ton of food, and I think some of my projects are done actually. Some of the projects are sort of, actually, no, they're still working. My big brain coordination system, using DuckDB, still in progress. And then RTX route, what else are we working on? Pricing, yeah, we're working on updating pricing to $5 a month instead. $5 a month, and then if you're a Twitch subscriber, you get Sigma Shake Pro. You get Sigma Shake Pro. All right. Just focusing on testing, improving test coverage. Okay. And then I'm at 19%. When did I start? Hopefully I use less and less tokens because I got most of the distribution created already. I shouldn't just, and I need this account for the next 3 days. Friday, today, Saturday, tomorrow, Sunday. And then Monday, 10 hours in Monday. Oh, that's 4 days. Oh, I need to milk it somehow. I need to milk it. Need to milk. Let's see here. So the first thing probably I should also work on is just making the product more user-friendly and replace my terminal. Migrate your ghosty workflow into SSG plugin with exact tracking amount of colors, transparency, astro background. Done. Push to main. Next, rebuild. All right. Let me let's compact this. Mono. The next feature I need to work on is the hotkeys. I have a lot of hotkeys to navigate my tmux, and I need to make it really easy to, well, first off, migrate everything that I have in tmux into this terminal plugin. So I could have the same hotkeys. Next, the callback. Also, we need to implement the keyboard binding remapping. Oh, I think we already have the keyboard remapping built in. That I have an X key snail. User local sbin X keys snail config pi. Let me see if that's the right location. Sbin X keys. Yep. So we need to migrate my X key snail config. We need to migrate the tmux. What do you call it? Hotkeys. We need the same muscle memory or the ability to do split screen horizontally and vertically for Windows and expand them into full view. Also, there's a bug with rendering Claude Code session. It shows only part of the screen, not the full screen. Cloud Code. Let's just start with those features, huh? Start with those features. Ask.js package add. Adding a package. All right, what package are we adding? What package are we adding? Mesh P1 skeleton. Yep, that's fine. The thing is, when I stop a command from being fully executed and prompts to ask, that flow needs to be a little bit better. It needs to have like a risk tolerance. Oh yeah, I need to make threats. I need to make threats.sigmashake.com. Oh my gosh. We need to make threats.sigmashake.com. That's the new project, guys. New project. This account should be whitelisted to do all cyber related things. I wish I had Fable. Now I miss Fable. Out of all the times to use Fable, this would be the project to work it on. All right, let's work on this one. Mono, I want you to work on Sigma Shake threats. It should have its own dedicated Cloudflare worker. This service will be pulling RSS feeds from several different sites to get the latest IOCs and to cross-check. Let's see. These IOCs, IOP addresses, domain names, and all files, contents, etc. should all be searchable in using SSG. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. If I implement this feature, it's gonna trigger CrowdStrike. Oh my god. So I have to be very careful of this one actually. It needs to be able to identify that there's a threat in your environment without actually like loading the actual IOC as like a string to search. Should I search all SSG? Nah, then SSG will be a total. We'll need more permission to search everything. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Like, we are pretty much the EDR for Claude Code. There's several malware that attacks Claude Code, Codex, and other coding agent harnesses. We just want to make sure the customer is always secure when they use Claude Code. As a personal user. The main issue that I want us to avoid at all costs is triggering being malware or flagged as malware by like Microsoft Defender, CrowdStrike, SentinelOne, and several other EDR tools. Let's consider design first and see if it's a good idea. If not, we could cancel. All right.
T-minus midnight.
T-minus midnight. All right.
The servers hum low. Mrs. Sigma's finger
All right. Back to the sim. Enable the sim. And then where's the ability to render factory? Oh, we got the factory mode. And we got the hacker mode. Uh-oh. Hacker mode doesn't show anything. It covers the whole screen. Oh my god. That was bad. I wasted inference on that. That was bad. The worker one, the factory one, understood. The factory is just like a bunch of people working on stuff. And the graph is literally just nodes. But the hacker one is bad. That one is bad. Holy moly. That one was bad. Ay, ay, ay. Muted. Click the unmute. What happens when we, sound is on? Nope. No sound. Can't hear anything.
No pane.
Alright.
Hailing frequencies open.
Alright, that one is a little bit noisy. That graph.
I gotcha.
Graph is probably more silent, maybe. Yeah, graph is probably more chill. The hacker one was bad. Uh-oh. Turn it off. Turn it off. All right, what else is on the internet today, guys? Anything on the internet? Reddit, maybe? Anything on the internet? What's this? Nothing. Just spam? Spam? The Miracle Rice. Whew. What are we doing? We're back to multiplayer coordination. We got the fix, the redirect, audit log dashboard for pro. Oh, do we have that? What? Where's the logs? Where's the logs? Where's the logs? Oh, we have to update this. We gotta update SSO. Oh, SSO, the fleet, their service. Log it in. Log it in. All right.
Mrs. Sigma counting every breath we live. The runway's burning, the candle's almost done. One pain
All right, we need to have audit logs. We gotta implement audit logs. We gotta implement. We need to fix up fleet. Fleet is a little too basic. Too basic. We gotta fix everything about it. We gotta fix everything about it. Terminal updates. How should the real TMX config be packaged in the terminal plugin? Replace built-in TMX present. Let's do that. How should XE standalone home row layer be delivered? Erratically changes control letter behavior, so default matters. In a terminal key binding cheat sheet overlay, you emphasize making it really easy. Yes. Sure. Huh. Proceed to build Sigma Shake threats or cancel. All right. What is the design? What is the design? Phase 1 recon. No scaffold, yeah, nothing exists. Verdict, worth building, proceed, but architecture is the whole point. A naive reading of the request, pull IOC feeds, ship them into the endpoint so SSG could match them is exactly the design that SSG gets SSG quarantined by CrowdStrike. Your instinct, the first check is correct. And the payoff of checking is specific, do it this way, not that way. Why cloud aggregator is low risk. Cloudflare workers pulling RSS feeds runs in cloud, invisible to the EDR. Why endpoint integration is where it lives or dies. EDR flags 3 things. Threat intel, trip all 3 wires. On disk, string signature scanning, behavior, defense. Design, never store plaintext IOCs on the endpoint. Keep the IOC's corpus 100% cloud side. Endpoint holds at most a bloom filter, salted hash digest, an opaque byte array, no scanner pattern matches. K anomaly range. Have I been pwned style? SSG extends only the hash prefix of the target. The worker returns a hash bucket. SSG matches locally. The endpoint never holds clear text, bad strings, and never transmits the full target. No raw malware samples ever. That's good. Keep Yara style matching cloud style. Behavioral cleanliness. Client only does outbound TLS. No injection, no memory reads, no new persistence. Alright, differentiator for a malware that attacks Claude Code Codex, curate a feed set to AI attack agents, advisories. Retract here, just say poisoning class. Abuse chase. FEMA. Never persist plain text. TLS only. Ask, not deny, hard tier allow list per reputation threshold. Fail open. Alright. Petition as AI threat intel governance layer. Coexist with ER, never EDR replacement. Alright. Proposed per phase 2 gate, not dispatched until you say go. Affects subject projects gov. Egress proxy. And workspace parity checks. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. How should the endpoint look up IOCs? Bloom filter? Pure cloud query. Digest the binary. Okay. Pure cloud query. Endpoint. Target equals evil.com. IOC lookup. Domain evil. Verdict. No IOC state at all. TLS clean. TextDB. No. No. This one. EDRC is a bit query. TLS to that clean. Full never leaves box. Okay, yeah. When SSG matches a known bad IOC during a tool called default to deny by default. Yeah, we want to protect our users. How do we publicly position this given the existing pure user space coexists with EDR? Threat intel governance layer. Threat intel governance layer, yeah. Alright. Sounds good. I'm making my own threat intelligence, guys. My own threat intelligence. We're gonna bake it in, guys. You're gonna be having real security to identify if you have been pwned or not. Or if your agent has been pwned, we'll know about it. We'll know about it. So we'll implement that. Next thing is fleet. I had to be careful and not go too hard. I feel like I'm eating through tokens like no tomorrow. We're at 10%, about 3, 5, 7 hours in. 7 hours into the stream, right? Have we been streaming 7 hours? Let's see here. YouTube, Twitch. How long have we been streaming, guys? 5 hours. Been streaming for 5 hours. My bad. 5 hours we used, or actually, let me go back. Let me go back. What was I at the beginning of the stream? I can't see. 7%. We're already at, oh God. We used up 13% in 5 hours. Not good. Not good. Not good. We will try. We will try. Oh, we need to implement Canary. Fix Canary? Something's wrong with Canary tokens. Let's see here. Canary. Intrusion. Unrecorded version. Download desktop. Alright, let's fix this. Download desktop. Alright, need to fix this. What's this? Goal, proceed to P2. Man, I'm eating through these tokens. Alright. Model, fix this issue. Registry has an unrecorded version of that. Let's see here. Cooked. That's all cooked. Windows is all synced. Observed hash has changed? What? See here. Is that a test? This thing looks exactly the same. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. 2 identical events suppressed in the last window. Oh, it's complaining about this. We'll see. We'll see what that is. Cloudflare alerts. Cloudflare. Oh, this has been going on for a while. All right, let's hopefully fix that. Let's hopefully fix. Man, Cloudflare has been having lots of incidents. They're almost as bad as what do you call it? Anthropic, Claude, API, status. This is GUI, alright, notification. right, what's next? RTS update. Mono hacker review has disappointing results. I wanted more like tree branches showing from each session and a node. I don't even know what to put for this visualization. What cool visualization is there? Cool visualization. What would it look like? Okay, I hear my dogs walking around, so I gotta tend to them. See what they're secretly doing, plotting. Be right back.
Seconds left. The end is nigh. 4, 3, 2, 1. Loud Simmer B! Look at the dashboard! A sudden spark! A credit card validates in the dark! The first subscriber just clicked design! We have a lifer on the side!
Dogs are outside. I have to go get them later. I gotta go get them later. So where are we at? P2. 9, alright. Canary. Requires. Proceed. I needed to whitelist Canary. I have to add all my domains to the SSG configuration. Predict, good idea, proceed. Your instinct to check first paid off. Die naive ship, honestly, the point reading of the request. Exactly, current team, my defender, proceed is locked. Decision locked. Proceed, full constrained, looks up, denied by default. All heavy gates, all hair. You're live right now? You could run all those. Proceed. That should not cause a spike that would ruin the stream. Oh, that's what it was. Is it the grip thingy? That's what's causing this all? Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering what this invisibility thing that I'm grabbing. Use DuckDB graph database to create relationships within nodes. I don't know what it would look what would look cool. What would look cool? Oh, I mainly results. Just using the main graph view. Graph render mode. Graph render mode. But I'm still not getting any notification or indicator when a prompt needs my attention on a different system. It should flash red and notify me. I know we set that up last time, but it was sort of broken. Let's see here. Oh, gotta get him. Gotta get. Alright, we back. Alright, we created a brain. Amazon drops Sam Altman movie after announcing OpenAI partnership. What the heck? Sam Altman movie? Scientists found a better language for AI agents. Dropped by MGM Studios. Official dropped by Amazon after partnership. Artificial movie? Huh? Where's the movie? Nearly finished Sam Altman movie Artificial Drop has been dropped. Oh. So the movie has been dropped. Hello, whoever came in. Alright, what's this?
The number of AI agents on the internet is increasing at such an insane rate. I don't think I've seen anything like this. This is crazy. And this is an area that is quite new, and the technology is still pretty rough. Improving rapidly, but pretty rough. And the promise of agents is incredible. It would book the cheapest plane ticket for you, or run 24 hours a day to manage your schedule, submit insurance claims, continuously scan a code base for vulnerabilities, and patch it. Well, this is the good. But at the same time, you get so many news headlines about spam, security issues, and system breakdowns. And it gets even tougher when you have not one agent, but multiple agents. Imagine 2 agents organizing a holiday for you. The flight agent hallucinates a cheaper airport 400 miles away from your real destination. Then the hotel agent says, let's book something super cheap nearby. Well, super cheap is often non-refundable. And now, congratulations! You now have a non-refundable room you will never see. And so many of these problems come from the fact that agent coordination is super difficult. Now, check out what this paper says we should do. Here is a math problem. First agent writes a plan. The next one critiques it, and the third one solves the problem. And at this point I said, okay. I see nothing interesting here. This is what everyone does with agents. Yes, but here's the key. Most agents communicate a bit like we do, in words. Wait a second. Why should we do that? Look at this neural interface for brain-to-text communication. Yes, this really works. You just think about a letter in the alphabet and it magically appears. And if you keep doing this a lot, you start asking, the alphabet is optimized for writing. Why use that? Why not use one that is optimized for thinking? And what would that even look like? Hint, it would look like this. We talked about this 500 videos ago. Paper in the description. What's going on? Now, if you look at the agents, the first one does some work, packs it up, and passes it to the next one. So do the second and the third ones. Every time an agent wants to communicate something, it has to write out full sentences, decode tokens one by one, and the next guy has to read and re-encode the whole thing. Why are we doing that? Who said they should talk in plain English? And this is the part where I fell off the chair. Now hold on to your papers, fellow scholars, because this work says, oh, forget English. You know what? Forget letters entirely. It says instead, let's link up their brains. Kind of. Instead of using English words, they pass.
Nisa, we were just talking about this. That's the project that I was thinking about. Let's see.
Raw, undecoded numbers directly to the next agent. Send raw brain signals, if you will. Call it cross-agent latent state transfer.
Damn. I have such a big brain. I was able to think about this morning before watching this video.
So, the theory is that these 3 agents can work together round 1, round 2, and round 3 much cheaper than the text-based agents. They refine an answer, and you get better answers with the same amount of computation. So, is it better? Let's see. Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Well, when given competition-level math questions, it goes from 73% to 86%. That is crazy. We are talking free, sub-10 billion parameter models, not expensive frontier systems. And here is where it gets the Michelin star status. Look at that. Token usage down 75%.
Holy moly. Damn.
They all evaporated into the latent space. Loving it. So this can improve smaller systems to be in striking distance of much bigger, more expensive models on difficult math problems. So I bet it costs a fortune to train, right? Well, look at that! $4. Basically, you spend your coffee money on these agents, and in return, they punch a hole in space-time. Love it. Additionally, it might even unlock... Wait. I shouldn't say unlock. That's AI speak. So, it might give us a new scaling law. More rounds, better results. And at this point, I thought we might have a deadly flaw here. And it's really subtle. So, the training for each agent's role is written by a giant AI model. So, if they perform well, you have to ask, are things better because of the brain linking, or is it good distillation from an excellent teacher? So which one is it? A good teacher or a good architecture? Well, fellow scholars, we are in luck. This is a really good paper. So the scientists thought about this too. And look, goodness, a controlled comparison gives the same teacher to other architectures and this one. And the new one still outperforms. So, yes, the brain linking really works. What a time to be alive! Okay, now, let's not get too excited. This is 2-minute papers, and we respect the science here. Limitations. 1. Tests were on smaller models. We don't yet know how these insights scale up to bigger ones. If they don't, then this puts small models on steroids. Still good. If yes, potential huge game changer. 2. There is an optimal latent thought length, and that is about 80 steps. This is somewhat of a limit on how much thinking an agent can do per round. I am thinking, if it solves mathematical Olympiad problems already, how bad can that be? And sure enough, after 80, you don't get a lot of value anyway, but I wanted to mention it. Okay, so code and models are available for free. Note that this is still very rough. Very early, but it shows potential. And this is still research. Please do not think you just plug this in and everything will fly immediately. We need new tools for the era of LLMs, and Weights and Biases now has Weave, a lightweight toolkit to confidently iterate on LLM applications. Use traces to debug how data flows through each step of your app and use evaluations to measure your progress. It is the best.
Interesting. What a time to be alive. New language being created, guys. New language being created. I figured out the best way to Vibecode. Alright. Where's his ad? Where's his ad? The sponsor?
There are
okay.
levels to AI coding. Beginners are prompting, they're waiting for their agents to finish, they're reviewing
automation,
the work, and then they're prompting
loops, best
again.
practices,
But
cloud
experts
versus local.
figured out how to automate the entire workflow. And in this video, I am going to show you what the absolute
I can't trust any influencers about AI vibe coding because you never know how many millions they have been paid to recommend certain websites. It's true. That's true. That's true. Sadly, but true. Sadly, but true. I guess we just go back. Yeah, focus up. What ideas? 22%, man. We won't have any code left. Let's see. When a prompt on one machine needs attention, where should the red flash location? You sit on this box, sessions also on the Mac and Windows peers. Migrate to this Linux box. Yo. Welcome back. Default on for desktop shells. The notification is currently opt-in, default off, and broken on Linux, which is why you get nothing. Yes. What should the red flash be? Pulsing red icon, sure. Aura. Right, we're making our threat intel. Let's see. I root caused intrusion is confirmed false positive. All right, perfect. Stuck on gated. All right, perfect. Land fix. Land fix. All right, you apply everything. Fetch. Pre2. All right, sure. All right, terminal update. Oh. All right, soon we'll be able to control itself, right? Right? It won't need me anymore accepting these prompts. All right.
Pressure climbs. The old world fights. The changing tide. The crowd gets louder. The walls get thin. The next chapter is beginning.
We need to update fleet. I need to update fleet. All right, goal achieved. Roadmap. The real Claude P plus RSI. We can't use Claude P. Capability rounding, concurrency, dedupe breaker. Heads up. Concurrent session activity, not mesh bug. Oh man, let's look at that. Your mesh pushed is safe and complete. Roadmap remaining. Claude P plus RSI. Autonomous triggers, durable. No. We'll proceed. Want me to continue? You, for P3, you need to architect to never use Claude. We must create a tmux controller that will spawn the Claude terminal and then type out the command into that tmux session. Do we still have that tmux service? I want to see. That tmux service. Hello. Thank you for following, subscribing. Let's see here. We have a list of services. Do I have the tmux service? Oh, I deleted it, didn't I? Aye. I should have kept that. Well, it was probably created by Claude or Opus 7, 4.7 anyway. We did create some tmux controller a long time ago. That code is long gone. I don't know where it is. All right. We need to really update Fleet now. Terminal update. All right, terminal update, pricing, that's done. Not done by design, phase 4, deploy. Oh, yeah. RTS update, still working. SSG notification, we're done. Coordination system, working on it. Threats, working on it. You know, the threats, yeah, we're enabling that feature. Oh, we need the Chrome browser extension. But we have to pay $5 to pay for that extension. I'm sure Mrs. Sigma will understand. We need more paying subscribers first. We need more paying subscribers before we start using money for other stuff. But I really think it's what we need. What's this? Plan with ChatGPT. Plan with ChatGPT.
E aí, gente, vamos? Bora! Me ajuda a organizar a agenda da galera para todo mundo sair mais cedo pro jogo?
Certo. Vamos planejar isso para garantir que todo mundo assista ao jogo. Plano. Se antecipar no começo da semana para que todos possam sair pro jogo. Dividir as responsabilidades ao longo da semana.
What? Huh? That's weird. Interesting. Okay. Another language. Another language. Will I spawn critical saving stance for this build? Well, I will not spawn a real cloud session during P3. It burns tokens. The real organisms. Live box. The team box controller is real. Test drive it against a fake interactive two-way program. Deterministic power safe. Alright, one feature that I don't want to forget for this brain thingy coordination system that I'm creating, I need it to support always syncing all Git with origin main. And then keep track of all sessions. Get back brain. Let's see, brain coordination system. Track of all running sessions in real time. And as it's tracking the real sessions, it can with all three machines. Keep track of all running sessions on all 3 machines in real time. And then not invent its own language. I'll tell you that. Oh, fleet, logs, fleet, logs, audit logs. IP session token analyzer. Per IP session analyzer for incidents. So cross-check all tool usage in every system running SSG, similar to a CrowdStrike. Okay. Man, there's still a lot that I need to run for everything. Accounts has a lot of tests. Let's see if accounts is working now. Accounts.
Fresh mate!
Hello? One thing we need to do is it needs to also coordinate tests. Coordinate tests. Tests are getting stale. Tests are getting stale. Some tests are failing. Abyss is not production. Non-production. Check. I guess that's not production. Docs, donations, non-production, disaster recovery, 2E, launch kits, metering, MMO, mod control, news, non-production, OBS, serve, orchestrator, playground, that's production, plugin examples, SDK, RSI, it's production, secret, security, SIEM, Slack, SOC, SSO, Status stream core, not production. Think trace. Ah, think trace. Think trace is what I wanted to put in. Think trace. Alright, think trace. We haven't worked on think trace, and think trace is supposed to be part as a plugin. Should be a plugin. Think trace as a plugin, or think trace built in. Think trace is supposed to be built in, but it needs to support all the. We'll see. Think trace. And I'm eating through tokens. They're not existing. Huh. What's this? What's going on here?
Cold coffee, one more prompt, one more fix, one more shot. Everybody sleeping.
Sigma think trace is supposed to be built into SSG. What's going on? Oh, it's probably working on that one tmux modifier thingy. Oh, the orchestrator, I should make it work in. Oh. It's supposed to be. Why is it doing that though? Think trace. I have the ability to get the thinking of Claude Code, but what do I want to do with it? What do I want to do with it? Think trace. Cognitive trace observability for AI coding agents. A standalone plugin. A fresh install carries no think trace UI. You opt in. Every time Claude Code or Codex thinks, it writes a line to a session log. The think trace daemon trails those logs, turns them into something you can watch. Query and govern. I didn't see this in the. Oh man. My coordination system's eating up my thing. I don't know what it's doing now then. Alright, let me fix the think trace then. Is not available in the SSG hub plugin to download or install. Let's verify that. Plugins. Nope, it's not there. Fix. So now I'm curious how we're going to apply SSG rules to thinking. Like we could stop it from thinking about certain things. That's going to be pretty cool. The one thing I do need to worry about is memory guard. It creates way too many memories. Like way too many memories. Especially for the current project you're working in. And then when it creates work trees, hello? When it creates work trees, it creates memories per work tree. Chat, yeah, that's insane. It creates so many memories. I guess we accept everything. Yeah, I have to figure out what to do about these, the massive amount of memories that I can create. Because this is getting crazy. Like, people talk about why memories is so good and that you should preserve memories and you can create a memory system and stuff. But when you look at how much memories it creates, it's just markdown files and it's huge. It's so huge and so inefficient. It's like you're creating a bunch of spam. Spam. So we need to do something about this. This isn't a good user experience. I mean, like, it's good I'm able to like manage memories and stuff. But I think people, maybe it's just me because I have like a big giant mono repo and I'm creating a bunch of features and then I'm creating a bunch of teams and stuff. So it's like, let it do its thing type of thing, you know? But at least you have control to control memories. I mean, people, I don't know what people are creating. And then same thing for configuration guard. I mean, configuration guard's not too crazy. I mean, like this JSON file has 1,000 changes made to it. We gotta figure out how to do something about config guard and memory guard. Config guard, memory guard, thinking guard. So we just want to have full control of what it could think, what it could configure, what the memories could be. I think maybe that's what we need to do too. So let's add another feature for that. Yeah, I gotta focus now, guys. I gotta focus. Okay. We have to work on fleet. We have to work on figure out a solution for all this configurations. Mono skill. In SSG, we need to do something about config and memory guard. There's just thousands of changes that are happening for my project, and I want to make sure the feature is useful and not. Let's do that. I don't know what that's doing. I don't know what's doing. Oh my god. Let's do that. Coordination system is probably doing all that. Modification to my teamwork sessions.
Stretching into the sky, 30 agents deep in every reap will learn to fly. Lean, Codex headroom, RTK on my side.
Oh my gosh. Let me get this. Need to do something about. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's checking every single thing about the TMUX session controller. Unable to use TMUX. Oh no. No. Nope. Nope. We need to do something about SSG config guard and memory guard. It keeps creating, there's so much changes that are happening, over 1,000+ changes. This isn't really good user experience. It might be only happening to me because I'm in a mono repo and creating several work trees and creating several agent teams. But we need a better user-friendly solution for this to keep users protected, identify what's normal, abnormal, while allowing users the customization to always preserve memories. Oops. Always have config and memory integrity that the user wants. Coordination system, right. Critical catch. You're right, flagging it now in my in-flight P3. It's creating too much sessions on default TMUX socket, which pollutes the server of your streaming watchdog. Oh, thank you, it's off now. Whew. Alright, we added the feature, all phases complete, memory captured, emitting final report, agent team term keys, what you get after live rebuild, terminal defaults to exact team or muscle memory, last caveats, escape key isn't reproduced in browser, escape log can be relied by interception. Alright. Deploy, not yet. It's compact. It's compact, and then what feature do I want next? Oh. Oh. The ability to select shell, PowerShell, command prompt shell. That's another thing too, shells. How does Ghosty work with shells? That's another thing about Ghosty. Ghost TTY, the terminal, it does not work for Windows. So we need to create something that works for Windows through the browser instead. I wonder how this will work. So it copied my key bindings, it copied my terminals and sessions and all that stuff. The thing that it probably doesn't have is NeoVim text editor. NeoVim, the text editor. Oh, yeah, we're gonna implement text editor. We'll implement the NeoVim text editor somehow. Implement the NeoVim text editor, but how? It's another thing too. The NeoVim text editor is what we need, and it comes with a lot of shortcuts and keys and tools to search through everything. So NeoVim's one feature. Let me make sure. Terminal migration. So I have the repo mouseless hacker. And it usually contains all the stuff that I need. Terminal font, terminal, key binding, NeoVim, plugins, tmux, my ZSH. LSP servers, LSPs, search tools, no school today, that's interesting. NeoVim text editor. Not user friendly, but key bindings are fun and addictive. We are moving towards voice only coding. Terminal migration. That's in the browser at least, so you don't need to download anything. Oh yeah. Ghost TTY does not work on Windows. Needs PowerShell. It's some. Alright. So the terminal. Which feature first? Yeah, let's do the Ghost TTY, make sure it works. Does the terminal support Windows PowerShell? We need to support OS agnostic shell that will support Claude Code and Codex. Cloud Code. So it'd be great if you just use this tool, you install SSG with the plugins, and then it automatically has a working shell that is shell agnostic, so it uses the Mac ZSH and then whatever shell your Linux system's using, and then PowerShell. And so it could be OS agnostic when it's installed. And so it can still use Claude Code with its normal functionality. And you know what? It should probably install Claude Code for you too. It should install Claude and Codex for you. Yeah, I think that way it could keep track of the health of the coding harness. Yeah, so if it installs the coding harness automatically, then it creates some more stability of success when it works. Possibly. Public dedicated repo. Which distribution channel should ThinkTrace publish through? Let's see here. Which distribution channel should ThinkTrace publish through? This is Think channel. Sure. Public repo. How far should I take this in production? Drive full production. Publish. No. I build. Repoint migration. Add a reproducible script. You run through the credential. Create. No fake green. Alright. Fixed the broken metering. All right. Audit logs for Pro are not working. No response from API. Resume. All right, we fixed that issue. That's okay. PowerShell already spawns on Windows. But it's ungoverned, no SSG hook eval. What scope do you want it? Add a PowerShell governance profile, redline. Verify Claude launch cross-sell and makes Windows shell truly governed, OS agnostic. Yep. When CMD is available, ships is no green. So it can't be governed policy.
Cloud code loaded, Navi online, waiting room forever. Sigma shake one more time. Tokenless today, unlimited tomorrow.
Add user facing shell override now or keep server auto detect this round. trace memory guard. Alright, fleet is the next thing. Need to fix audit log in fleet and accounts UI. I do not see an option to see all audit logs. Need to implement person for incidents to triage all tool use. What? Coverage, okay. I'll hold rather than fire heavy engine change, unprompted. Okay, I have now an EDR. You can actually see the change. Create with your tail scale. You could run that, configure that for me using SSH or SigmaShake, or get it working now. YC software engineer? What? Man, what was causing me to not use that much tokens yesterday? I felt I got good mileage. I think I was just so distracted this week. I couldn't token max for a good 3 days or so. 2 days or so. So I actually used it for only 2 days. Well, hopefully my changes that I make to the shop and stuff. Did I republish? Everything is live. Oh, I didn't publish, huh? Bull was reviewing and publishing the Windows desktop. It's done. Live. Free download. Fix the store. Next, submit. Okay, yeah. Whoops. Submit the MSIX and Partner Center. And set pricing for me. Ah, that's the last step I forgot to do. Whoops. So once we do that, we do one more marketing ploy. Man, we're at 100 YouTube subs, over 100 followers. Damn. Did that all in every day, I guess, counts as two subs or something. Something like that. Now I just have the product. Right, we really need to fix this. This needs some work. Definitely needs some work. It does not look as good as the main thing. So we need to update this whole UI to be almost exactly like Govern PowerShell, Architects, Backfill, okay. This is the audit logs. And then now we gotta do the refactor, mono, refactor, Sigma Shake, Fleet to have similar UI and functionality and settings as SSG UI, Sigma Shake desktop. I mean, it has the themes, but I doubt it's good enough. It's not good enough. It has the themes, it has the stuff, but it's very plain. It's very plain. We added lots of new features, like setting up plugins to install, so we should be able to deploy plugins to everyone and manage that. There's config guard, memory guard, and more. So we need some way to sync functionality of managing SSG using Fleet for every setting, every configuration. We need to create some parity check for the mono skill as well, so that all features are in parity. Or actually, we need to create a Sigma Shake workspace Fleet parity with SSG features. Similar to harness and platform parity checks. And this should also always be at 100% coverage. Pass. Let's see. Yep. All right. Edge recommended. How should the IP for tool use triage be captured? Tools run locally on the agent machine, so there's no per call IP on the government source to being the network. Identity is where the agent connects from and ownership's audit completes. Persist the agent's connect IP when it posts audits to Fleet. Works immediately, no protocol, you're connecting. Add a client PIP field, add a government statement. Forward it through a sync client, only meaningful LAN proxy context, local calls. Adds ghost surface for limited server. Largest surface. Why does accounts UI mean? Oh, I'm looking at this wrong. Why does accounts UI mean for this work? Accounts today has no tool use. And the admin D1 table is written and only stripe is never displayed. Tool use data lives in fleet. Do I have NIST? NIST and CIS. Oh man. Do I not have NIST and CIS? Oh my gosh, I don't have NIST and CIS. Oh, alright. We need to implement NIST 53 X800.53 and CIS security controls. $18. You know what? I'll have this in a different attack. I'll just do the recommended. I'll just do all the recommended. Oh man, I forgot about the 2 compliance controls. It's good that I remember then. Fleet UI. And then the last one is this compliance thing. Last one, dude. Last compliance controls. We need to update shake compliance to also include CIS critical security controls and NIST 800.53. 3. We need to reach 100% compliance and self-assessed and update trust and security. So shake trusts of this information.
No mistakes. One more prompt. System awake!
Ideally, apply these controls to all our production tagged services. Alright, that's gonna be a big one. Holy moly. And I have one more feature that I want to add. We have so many windows open though. We have so many windows open. We have so many windows open. And we'll definitely eat up our rate limit. We definitely need to reduce, we need to create a feature to limit agent tokens. One more feature, one more feature. Crunched recap. I'm still and then now, want me to take P3B? I'll pause here. The free Linux HTML you asked for is in place. Right. Compact. We'll proceed with P3B. Threats, think trace, memory guard, audit logs, fleet, UI changes, compliance. One more. The one feature that I'm annoyed of that needs to be implemented. Full agent reconcile. Likely too large for one run. Let's just do the vertical slice, recommended. Let's see, distribution. Actually, fleet manager be actually enrolled in hosts. New real-time push, BOSOC, draw, ordering ox complexity. Fail closed news, smallest new surface. Fleet config over existing fleet org room poke channel for immediate apply. I like them both. Where should the feature, SG feature parity matrix live? Workspace. Like harness parity, TS log, low handler per host, pulls in, coverage, large blast radius. Keeps the makeover gate out of scope, 3 mirror tests. Upgrade is flagged follow on. Let's do 3. 80, 90, okay. Compliance. And then one last query, one last session. We're going crazy. We have 10 terminal sessions. One more, just one more. We keep having an issue with Claude Code. We need to update or add a feature to SSG to make sure that we could stop this type of behavior as well on limiting token limit. Agent. All right. All right, that's a lot of sessions, guys. It's a lot of sessions. That's a ton of sessions. We have literally 10 sessions all on this Linux machine, but it shows 9. But I don't visually see it that well. Oh, we're updating the RTS. Me after 5 hours of modules and labs. Oh my gosh. We just watched the Crusoe. Were you watching too or listening to the Crusoe, what do you call it? Presentation at Stanford? Talking about data centers and the economics of data centers and AI. There's a lot that goes into the thing that I learned the most. Oh, I have to meet the stream for school. Oh, okay. One of the things that we learned about is that they import people, right, to work on the data center and creation of the data center, and then they leave. So there's just gonna be a moment where you're gonna be like, they're importing people into the city, like 3,000 people into the city to stay there, and then they leave. So I'm not sure, maybe you'll be there for just part of like operations, not installing the data center, or like maintenance of the data center type of thing. And then he was talking about data centers in space, which is also pretty interesting. Let me just link it to you in case you want to see it on your own time. I thought it was interesting because it gave us like a glimpse of the future of what data centers are going to be like. Makes sense if for the building of it, you don't need that many people at a time, just construction, yeah. They said in my program, if I'm willing to relocate, I can make more, assume that's what it's all about. Yeah, he only mentions it slightly, but like he talks about like do you know what company you're technically going to work for? Because Crusoe is one of the big ones, and the other one's CoreWeave.
Today we're going to talk about the data center parking lot.
Let's
you
see
can see
here.
it's totally full because we have cooling equipment, all of the mechanical.
Like they're talking about switch gear, transformers, all this other stuff. I recommend listening to this one. This one's really good. This labor is you. This is what you're getting paid right here. A big fraction of the data center. I'm probably aiming for edge data center, smaller, maybe cellular. All right. And then they also mentioned that this is like the largest one in the world, and they heavily rely on. I'm not down for the security headaches of the big guys. Sometimes you gotta aim for the challenge and be a little bit ambitious, you know? And then they said like the one that's making the most money in terms of CapEx is NVIDIA. This is just on GPUs alone. GPUs alone. What else? They still lack electricity. They're still in demand for energy. So if you want to be an electrician or a person that works with electricity, that's another possibility. Electricity and energy is one of the top places in demand. Like every data center needs plumbers, electricians, construction workers, all that. But yeah, we work on computers a lot, so most likely operating data centers. I recommend NISO. Yeah. I just want to grab my cash cart and get replacing hardware. Yeah, get the cash. Get the cash, get to work. Are you able to share some of the material, or is it all private right now? It's a private program. Mesh own floor, 4-nation system. And then there's another one too that you missed is by 22-minute papers. He released a video about agents creating its own language that's more efficient.
The number of AI.
This one was good too. I like this one. And this one was talking about like AI creating their own system to connect to each other at the same time. Yeah, they make their own language and then like they created like some weird language to communicate. And then and this was all about thinking. So when they implemented that, multiple agents thinking with each other, it created like a dramatic increase in performance, like 75% fewer token usage when you have them all thinking together with their own language. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much a gist of it. We saw other good videos. They just have one slightly human readable, then one is just nonsense. You have an AI have to read it. Yep. And explain it to you. Let's see. That's what we watched so far. Oh man, we haven't watched this guy in forever. I haven't seen a video guy in this guy forever. Let's listen. He's probably been working on his like, self-program help videos. It's been 4 weeks. Oh, he hasn't posted this. His $1 million year SaaS.
Money.
How come I haven't seen these videos? Huh. Anyway, I'm running like 10 sessions at the same time right now. 8 sessions. We'll keep track. Anyway, I've been experimenting having agents code in minified versions of their code for saving more context. Wow, that's cool. Oh, does something need my attention this time? What needs my attention? Nothing here. Anything here? Oh, certified fix now. All right, we do that. Was that the notification that I get when they need assistance? All right. Cool. All right, we haven't seen a guy. I usually thought, oh, GLM, 1/5 the cost. All right, let's see this one.
Hey, so GLM 5.2 is pretty good, and you don't have to take it from me. I just had Opus 4.8 sort of 1v1 GLM 5.2 across something like 40 different scenes, from creation of 3D and WebGL scenes to creation of interactive explainers to a bunch of dashboards to basically full stack apps, landing pages, and games. And I'm just going to spend a couple minutes going through those before showing you the simplest and easiest way to set it up within a Claude Code harness, and then a couple of other harnesses as well. And then I'm even going to go as far as to give you guys the best, most cost-effective vendors. Because I think that, in an era where AI models are capable of getting taken down at a whim or, getting significantly more expensive because of API pricing, we're at the point now where, GLM 5.2 or other open models legitimately might make sense. So what I've done here is I've constructed 7 demos just to show you guys how good GLM 5.2 is compared to the current state of the art, sort of like closed source models. And the first is this playable minigame up here, then that 3D WebGL scene, an interactive explainer, dashboard, and so on. Now you might be wondering, Nick, why the hell are you just going through a bunch of 3D scenes? And the reason why is because we're at the point where the benchmarks are effectively saturated. GLM 5.2 scores pretty similarly to, Opus 4.8 on a variety of them. And I think that benchmarks no longer really fully encapsulate what it is to use a model. to really understand a model and be able to pit one against the other, you sort of need to take it from a taste perspective, which is what I'm doing here. And so as you see here, we have two, one from Opus 4.8 making a nebula spiral.
I don't know. I mean, like, Claude was trained on code, not for like 3D. I think it's just my opinion. It's just trained on code, but we'll see.
Then one over here that's sort of making a nebula spiral as well. And if I show you the GLM 5.2 one, I mean, this
That
is
looks good.
gorgeous, right? Super clean. You can recenter, auto orbit, turn that on or off, increase the glow particle size. Look at what happens with the Opus one. We literally can't even see the galaxy to begin with because it's just too bright.
It's bad.
So obvious error here, right? Opus significantly underperformed relative to GLM 5.2. There should be telling you something. If we go over to interactive explainers, we see on the left-hand side with the Opus 4.8 ones. Now keep in mind, these are all prompted pretty naively. But even with said naive prompt, I think you guys will agree the Opus 4.8 one really struggles in comparison to just the tasteful style of GLM 5.2. I mean, that is Opus 4.8. This is GLM 5.2. This is way higher quality, much sexier, much better, to be completely honest. And I think Realistic will probably be able to teach me how this thing works way more than Opus is. Just to keep everything short on time so I can show you how this actually is set up. This is the Opus one, so how a rainbow forms. This is the GLM 5.2 one. And I think you guys could see even its selection of like serif fonts and stuff like that is significantly cleaner than what we have over here. Okay, so, I mean, yeah, nice. We're using these serif fonts and all, and that was part of the idea, but it's nowhere near as clean, I would say, as just the way that GLM 5.2 did it. This next test here is sort of like a low poly terrain flyover, so you can use your mouse and basically move it around like this. Let me just zoom in a little bit more for you guys. If I open this fully in a new tab, I mean, this is pretty badass, right? That's the Opus one. Then this one over here is the GLM 5.2. So moving to the Opus one first, we have endless low poly skies that are being procedurally generated. And if I go over to, GLM's flyover, we see that what it's done is produced what I would consider to be, genuinely speaking, a higher quality output. Now it's done this with low poly, which is why I think that cloud up there sort of looks similar to the ground. But I mean, like taste-wise, again, I think GLM 5.2 actually won the procedurally infinitely generated terrain challenge. So you can see landing pages, same sort of idea. I just feel that GLM 5.2 just has sort of like a higher style multiplier, if that makes sense. I'm keeping in mind that it does so for way cheaper than Opus 4.8 here. Hopefully you guys will see why I'd be happy to design a page like this with GLM. And then finally, we have some mini games. And interestingly enough, this is probably the area that I think GLM struggled the most. Now, on the left-hand side is sort of like a tower stacker game. You guys may have seen this at like a casino or like one of those cool arcades. And as you see, Opus did a pretty good job. We can stack these no problem. Technically the one by GLM works as well, but it's really fast. And I don't know if it fully understands how difficult this is.
Puts it on hard mode.
There we go. Only made it for 3. Okay, so yeah, we
guaranteed the code is ass.
But I think you guys get the idea. GLM's pretty good, actually. And what I'm going to do in this video is just run you through everything that you need to both set it up, then apply it to other harnesses like Open Code, Crush, things outside of the Claude Code structure. I'm sure you guys some other plans and providers, and then testing on real queries. I guess I kind of did that already because I just wanted to hook you with the video. The very first thing I want to do is show you guys how to set up GLM 5.2 in Claude Code. And the reason why...
All right, Claude Code. We're going to expose our... Okay, it tells you to get the open router. Okay, got it. Okay, once it's installed.
Up GLM in a Claude Code instance. Note, we've already done this before. I'm just doing a demo for the video. So run this in another directory. And I'm just doing that because...
Do you plan on trying GLM? I have an affiliate link which gives you a discount. No, I'm not. Thanks though.
I don't want this to say, well, you've already done it. You don't need to do it anymore. So I literally just screenshotted this, okay, which you guys just saw a moment ago, and I pasted it in here. And you can actually already do this. So it's now going to spin up a fresh directory and verify that the whole path actually works end to end. It's that straightforward. Now, a couple people will probably yell at me because I'm doing my API key directly in the text. It's not as good to do the API key or stick it directly in the text. But to be honest, for most purposes, it's not that big of a deal either. If somebody gets access to your device, they will inevitably get access to your API key as well. Once all of this is done,
not mine, guys.
Almost entirely.
Not mine. My keys rotate every hour. Once I submit it, the keys rotate every hour. I have a secret rotation service, but we'll see. Maybe there's some services that aren't configured that way, and I'll have to set that up too. That reminds me, I should probably do that. We should do that just in case. I mean, I have it tracked. To be fair, so there might be some edge cases where not all of them are rotated because of the limitations of just how API keys work. So no key has been flagged, but wait, where's the service that rotation? Oh, I have to log in. Rotation. All right, there's some that have rotated, but not all of them are rotated. So I'll try to have them all rotated. Let's have that. Let's have that set up.
Real time, scrolling back here, it says GLM 5.2 is set up and verified end-to-end in a fresh demo directory. So we have everything over here. We just need the GLM command. And basically the way that it works is Anthropic has this key called Anthropic_base_URL equals. And then you can swap any model you want in there as long as you have the API and the API spec is similar to Anthropic's and sort of expects it. So what we did right over here is we basically did that. All I need to do now is just open up a fresh directory in terminal, cd to glm demo, and then type glm. And guess what? Boom, we're here. We actually have glm. So that's how you run it as easily as that inside of Claude Code. It's very straightforward. A couple of gotchas that some people have pointed out. In order for GLM to perform web searches, because it doesn't have like built-in web search functionality within the model, it tries to use Anthropic's or Claude Codes. And that doesn't work 100% out of the box. So if you wanted to, you could integrate this with Exa AI. Exa AI is another software platform that basically provides AI agents the ability to search the web. And right now it's sort of at like the frontier, the cutting edge. So, you know, European Series B fintechs with 50 plus employees, recent rounds, just pumping that into a search term. And then, you know, that goes and actually does the web call. That's in contrast to like search web for Nix or IF. If I just sort of type this out natively, we don't have the Exa.ai integration. It's not really going to work. And so that's what's going on right now. Okay, so yeah, I mean, that's fairly straightforward. All you need to do if you want to set that up is just say set up exa.ai for web search within, and then making it a little bit easier for you guys to see here. If I just type in set up exa.ai for web search within this new GLM directory, then it'll go through, ask you for your exa.ai API key, and I think they give you like $10 in free credits or something, so you can actually replicate that fairly easily for very little money. All right, next up, let's talk about how to set up GLM 5.2 in various open harnesses. So in open code,
we don't need to do that. All right, web search.
Hey, what model are you using? And then it's going to go do a bunch of calculations. Let me check the model. I'm using Z-GLM 5.2 via OpenRouter for both small and large models. Very cool. Okay, same thing with OpenCode. If we just go back here.
All right, I guess we could skip to the last one.
I think you can run at the moment, and you can do so despite the fact that it's not as smart.
Oh, man.
At an 84% size reduction, literally.
I guess crashed, I guess.
And if you think about it that way, like nobody will ever be able to take away this from you.
Utilizing
unless,
too much GPU.
You take away, they literally show up to your door, knock on it, and take away your computer too. Okay, so hopefully I showed you guys how feasible running actual high quality open source models, both on your computer and then through API call to arbitrage inference costs can be. I do believe that GLM 5.2 right now has better taste than Opus 4.8. You know, when Fable comes back and so on and so forth, things might be a little bit different, but right now it's definitely my daily driver, and I'm coring the hell out of it basically 24/7. Would highly recommend that you guys give it a try as well. There are a lot of free API tokens out there for the grabs. If you guys like this sort of thing and want to learn how to use these models for financial purposes, definitely check out Maker School. It's my daily accountability program that shows you how to acquire.
All right, there's that. We don't really see much of it anymore. Either that or we missed out on all his videos that he posted in the past 3 days, I guess. See, when was this one? It doesn't say. Building a mobile app. How to use Claude Code for free. Huh. Where's the Fable video? No Fable video. I guess he missed out on that. Probably was a little too busy. Huh? Let me turn off the thingy. Let's turn this off. Oh, I can't turn it off. It's just gonna be frozen. I'm still streaming though, right? Yeah, it seems like it. Let me see if I can refresh it. Oh no. Oh no. My graphics is freezing. Oh, am I still here? Everybody's frozen. Or not everything, not everything. I'm still moving around. It's just I guess I'm doing a lot of tasks. Let's see here. Everything's frozen, huh? Well, let me remove that then. Let me remove that. Huh. Navi's frozen, everything's frozen, the graphics frozen. I'm still running, right? Oh, even my browser crashed. Holy moly. Everything crashed. Am I still online? Is this browser still working? Let's see. If it's not going to put me on ads. Whoa. Okay. Something's happening with my graphics.